Well, I write about this a little bit in my book, Mugged, about racial demagoguery, and also in Adios America about immigration. And that is, the important point he should have made is that the entire purpose of affirmative action, set-asides, civil rights laws, laws that limit constitutional rights to freedom of contract, freedom of association, all of that was to make up for the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow. So unless these benefits are going to, roughly define foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves, you've taken away the whole purpose of this. So to make the point that Kamala isn't a foundational Black American, I'm always pointing out to Black people, hey, have you noticed Indians are getting all the good diversity jobs? What do we do to Indians? We didn't enslave them. I mean, most of these immigrants coming in, most are from, 90% of legal immigrants are from the third world. And mostly we've just run around saving them from earthquakes and tornadoes and coups and starvation. They owe us, we don't owe them. But to switch from the concept of integration and civil rights for Black Americans, not only to point out to Black Americans that their history is being stolen by immigrants, but unless these benefits are going to, roughly define foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves.
African Americans built this nation. We built this nation. You're just starting to get real credit for that. Okay, I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to you built the nation. We all built it, but you were such a massive part of it. Bigger than you were given credit for. Does that make sense?
Does that make sense? Peace to the chat. Peace to the chat and the lineage. You dig? Yeah, so interesting times. So we have who people call two races, and culture and current President Donald Trump. Two races, right? They say that these are two races. And it's embarrassing because two races can admit obvious things in regards to foundation Black Americans that Black immigrants cannot admit to, which is one, we're foundational Black Americans, and culture called us by the name we desire, foundational Black Americans. She called 43 million Black Americans, Foundation Black Americans. She didn't call just the cult leader and his cult members, Tariq Nasheed, Foundation Black Americans. She called those who share in a lineage of slavery, Foundation Black Americans. You see, it's easy. So if it's that easy to understand to racists like Ann Coulter, Donald Trump gave flowers to Foundation Black Americans by saying, "You guys built the country. You did. You were very, very uh involved in building the country." He's talking about Foundation Black Americans. So you got two quote unquote racists that people would say they are hands down racist. The liberals would say they are hand down racist. But two extreme racists can give Foundation Black American flowers, obvious historical flowers, but non-racist and even African immigrants, they can give flowers that non-racist and African immigrants can't give us. Wow. That's that's something you just can't wrap your head around. So the ops can give us flowers that our allies can't. So do we have no allies? Because if the ops is giving up, if the ops are giving up like that, if they are giving it up like that, but our allies don't, I think that's one up over our allies. And I'm saying quote unquote allies, because it seems to me that we all we got. All right. Anyway, let me see who's in the chat before I go on with this show. Peace to FBA Convo. Peace to Claude. Peace to Flack. Peace to Maxwell Jenkins. Peace. MD Williams. Shout out to you. Borlang, I see you there. Loveyuism. I think Loveyuism. Okay, I call you Lovey, but Loveyuism in the building. Peace to you. Okay. MD Williams say that's telling. Like, it's so hard for me to explain it because it's supposed to make no sense. So two blatant extremist racists can give FBAs flowers that's deserving. That's deservingly. It's deserving. They can give us deserving flowers. But and those flowers means the most to us. You dig? But our so-called enemies can give us those flowers, but our allies refuse to, and they can't. They won't. So it's like, are the enemies trying to be the allies and the allies trying to be the enemies? Or do we just scoop them both to the side and say, hey, man, both of you are enemies? It's amazing. It's amazing. Your granddaddy nurse. Okay, love you. Yeah, it's amazing. Like, what does this come down to? All right. Okay. So anyway, let's start right here. Let's start the podcast right here.
Let me get one more good one in here. Y'all raise your hand. Raise your hand. Melanin American. Let me get Melanin American in the building. Melanin American, what's happening?
Oh man, what's up, Tyreek?
What's brother?
You got a name
All
like
right,
Melanin
man. I know you're gonna
American.
roast me for
You
this
are
question,
in
man,
trouble.
or not this question, but it's a slight criticism.
Uh-oh.
on
Better be based in
well,
fact. Better be based
constructive criticism.
hopefully it's based in fact. If it's sound
Yeah.
like it's not.
Well, you could educate me on this because
Yeah.
I see a little problem with the terminology of foundational Black American.
How so?
Well, because number one is redundant because foundational Black American. Okay, so I will ask you this. Are there, if why not just foundational Americans if Black people are the foundation?
Mm-hmm.
Because that opens the door for whites to say, well, we're foundational whites,
Well,
and
some of
other
them,
people to say, well, we're
some of them
foundational
are.
this. If Blacks are the foundational Americans, why not just foundational Americans? And why hold on to Black? That's a problematic term too.
Uh-oh, here we go.
And the last part is the American part. Like if we were here, if we're indigenous to this land before it was America,
Mm-hmm.
why keep America attached? Because America has a lot of blood on its hands. That name carries like a curse. So why would we adopt that? That whole name to me is problematic,
How so?
unless it's just temporary.
How's the name problematic?
You go to plebiscite.
Well, kind of what I just listed out is
Good job.
it has redundancies. It opens up the door for other people to claim that they're foundational, other ethnic groups.
Okay.
Like I said, even just alone, if Blacks are the foundational Americans, we could just leave the Black part out.
No, what? Why do you have a problem with the word Black? There's nothing wrong with Black.
Because I feel like that's a term that was put on us
Uh-oh, here we go.
as to put us in like a racial
You should
caste
have asked
system and
him
place us at the bottom.
what terms
We
he
went from
used.
Negro, which is a variant of Black. You know what I'm saying? It's not something that we embraced it and we turned it into something, but it's not a name that we originally called ourselves. That's my problem with that.
Well, the thing is, different circumstances, people call themselves different names. All ethnic groups based on circumstances, like certain Indians, Creek Indians, they didn't call themselves Creek Indians. That was a name that the Europeans came and saw as, okay, you guys live by the creek, you're Creek Indians. So the thing is, Black,
Okay.
understand this, Black is not just a color, that signifies a lineage and a struggle. You understand? You can't say has blood. What country don't have blood on it by the whites?
Okay, so what he said just now was very, very important. He said, Black doesn't just, it's not about a color. One more time.
Premises. That's ends. So the thing is, Black,
Okay.
understand this, Black is not just a color, that signifies a lineage and a struggle.
See?
You understand? You can't say has blood. What country don't have blood on it by the white supremacists?
Daddy?
Okay, so wait, so if Black just isn't a color and it identifies a struggle and an experience, a lineage and an experience. Come on, okay, you're doing that. If it identifies a lineage and an experience, then that is an all-exclusive term for those who have that shared lineage and that experience, that struggle. That's why I say the only Blacks in the world are the ones who can the ones that has a lineage that trace back to slavery. Everybody else isn't Black. They are just wherever their country, whatever their country is. That's what they are. They're not Black Nigerian. They're just Nigerian. Because if they're Black Nigerian, then there's a white Nigerian. See, we're Black Americans because there's a white American. But we're all the other color Nigerians. They're just Nigerians, man.
So, but why would we take America,
Wait, one more time.
which is
Black Indians, they didn't call ethnic groups based on circumstances, people.
and we turned it into something, but it's not a name that we originally called ourselves. That's my problem with that.
Well, the thing is, different circumstances, people call themselves different names. All ethnic groups based on circumstances, like certain Indians, Creek Indians, they didn't call themselves Creek Indians. That was a name that the Europeans came and saw as, okay, you guys live by the creek, you're Creek Indians. So the thing is, Black,
Okay.
understand this, Black is not just a color, that signifies a lineage and a struggle. You understand?
Uh,
And say
Lineage
had
and a
blood.
struggle.
What country don't have blood on it by the white supremacists?
So, but why would we take America, which is no, is not, it has nothing to do with
Okay,
black,
I'm
nothing,
You got to answer
anything
the
what
question, buddy.
America.
what country doesn't have white blood on it?
I mean, I couldn't tell you off the top of the head.
Tell you none.
Uh,
Well, only one, North Sentinel Island. That's it. Well,
okay.
white blood because they didn't kill the white people who went there, but yeah, every place the white supremacists has shed blood. So you can't just single out America. Black is not just a color. It's not just a melanin. It's based on a lineage. You understand?
There you
It's
go.
based on resistance. We actually chose black because they were saying Negro and the
Color.
N-word and colored and all of that. We weren't just foundational because we were early Americans. We were foundational because we were the black people whose free labor shaped the nation.
Right.
Hmm.
So erasing black, you're erasing the reason why America owes a debt to that. That's why we're not going to do just foundational American, because yeah, other people can kind of slip in and try to say that they were the foundation of something. No, 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 it's foundational Black American. Foundational Black American is vague, is easily hijacked.
Okay, so you're looking at it in a political sense then.
No, just say, oh, you got some white people from the Mayflower who can say, well, we're foundational Americans. No, well, foundational Black Americans, it protects the identity from appropriation and political delusion, you know?
Okay, so yeah, all right, so there are other foundational Americans then aside from black people.
No, they can try to play that game that they're foundational. Well, they can say like Thomas Jefferson, like the founding fathers. They can play,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? Those were people who
Okay.
were they founded the Constitution. So technically,
Right.
yeah, some of those guys, the Thomas
right.
Jeffersons, the George Washingtons, the founding.
So I'm so glad that he's breaking this down, because you got foundational white Americans like that. We didn't build the entire country by ourselves. We played a heavy role, and I would say at least 50-50, but we didn't build. There were white settlers, or not really white settlers, but those who came from Britain and those who came from Ireland and Italy, and you got some, that was in the coal mines, was in the railroad, was in the steel mill, you dig? So yeah. So I would say we got a heavy stake in the country, but we didn't build it completely by ourselves. White folks were involved.
Fathers. But yeah, we were just as instrumental and more important. And we're not white. We're foundational Black Americans. We were the labor force and the cultural force that built this up. So we want you to know exactly who did it. That's why Black is very, very important.
I wonder if we were the architects though. I believe this country blacks were used for labor, but the crafters of this nation were Anglo white men.
Really? How come they didn't craft that in Europe then?
Well, they left Europe because of persecution and came over here and did their own thing.
Okay, how did they come over here and magically know all of this stuff?
Well, I'm sure they used a lot of deception and, I understand how they get down, but still,
Also, when they did try to found colonies over here by themselves, because the white supremacists did come over here and try to found white colonies over here, European colonies, without slave labor. Well, some with the slave labor, some without. All of them failed before 1619. All of them failed. They couldn't do it. Why couldn't they do it on their own?
All right, so I'm gonna play the whole video. I just wanted to play that part where it was broken down very clearly. Like black is something that's a real thing, but it doesn't have to do with color. See, black in law means we're not called black because of a law definition by Black's edition, Black Law, 4th edition dictionary, page 792. That's not why we're called black. I think there was a brother that left a message on one of the videos saying we're not black, that's a misnomer, whatever. And I told him that I would do something on black today, very briefly, but I invited him on. You could give us your spin of why we're not black, why it's a bad term to use. But I'm just playing a clip of Tariq Nasheed, and I'm also expounding why black is a good term to use, because we don't share the definition from Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, page 792. We don't share the definition of a color, right? Black means more than just color to us. And like you just said, it means a specific lineage and a shared experience, a shared struggle, a shared success story, shared innovation, shared inventions, shared labor. Okay, so it means more than just a simple color, all right, of folks who can tie their ancestry back to Africa. It means more than that. All right. So here we are. So this is a brother who's going to explain why he's not black.
He like an Igbo brother, one of them
Hold
Igbo
on.
brothers. Yeah. So go. All right. So I'm gonna end that. I just kind of played 2 rounds of it because when I started it, it started kind of like halfway, into the clip, and so I wanted to do two rounds of it. So anyway, family, thumb up this discussion. Make sure, family, that you share this discussion on all of your social media platforms. Text this discussion in your group texts, in your group chats, right, or your group chats. Let's get the word out that we're live and that we're talking about some heavy stuff today. So I want to start by asking you this, Chief. Backstage, you told me, before we even jump into Aboriginal and America being the oldest landmass and us not being from Africa, when I said Black Americans, the first thing you said was, I don't even like to identify as Black. I don't even like that term. And so could you break that down for us, Chief, as to why you're like, don't even call me Black, right?
Okay. First things first, before we even get into this bill, let me say this. What gets lost in translation in these bills is this is not a diss to Africa. Africa, we all family, okay? What we're doing is we're extending our story. Our story is much more extensive than the one we've been given, okay? So what Ricky was trying to tell you is we are not the writers of the story, okay? And the reason I agree with him, because the out of Africa theory comes from Charles Darwin, okay? The man who gave you the evolution theory, okay? Now show me the melanated brother before Charles Darwin that proposed that we came from Africa. I've asked many people. Africa is a wonderful civilization. It's one of our great civilizations. We've had many great civilizations. See, you done let these people put us in a box telling you that we from one space instead of realizing we from the whole entire surface of this earth. Not just one place. All right. So let me go back to what you just asked me. You asked me why I don't identify as Black. Because this shirt I got on black. Do it match my skin color?
No, not at all, brother.
I'm just asking.
Come on.
Okay, so that's why I played Tariq Nasheed earlier, to remind us it's not about just skin color. And that's how a lot of I understand Black immigrants take it. Like, they also take it to mean like a skin color. So when we say they are not Black, they are very confused. They're like, wait a minute, I'm darker than you. How are you going to say I'm not Black? And they look at it as we are creating a diaspora war with them. We're being offensive. We're being disrespectful. They don't take their time to understand how we define Blackness. Okay, they just hear the word and they just run with it. And that's their fault, really.
That's all I'm asking y'all. I'm just being honest. Anybody, is this shirt matching my skin color? So last time I checked, when I was in grade school, they told me this was brown, copper color. Okay, you read some ancient books, they call it swarth. Okay, so the first things first is you got to understand what Black is, and what white is. Oh, we finna do it. I'm finna show you the trap. I'm gonna show you this whole trap. The same people that gave you your origins are the same people that control the entire scope of what we live in. All right. So check this out. Black and white are low status. All right. Who in the chat know that? How many people in the chat know that Black and white are low status? Okay.
I knew it.
There is no Black and white nowhere else around the world, Dr.
Plebiscite Babel.
There is no Black and white. When you go to Sweden and you encounter these people, they don't call themselves white people. They call themselves Swedes. When you go to France They don't call themselves white people. They call themselves French. When you go to any
Well, yeah, they're not. They're actually not white people. Yeah, French people are Europeans. You got the everybody saying all those folks wouldn't call themselves white as long as they live in those European countries. It's only when they assimilate into America or experience or have already experienced the white American ethnogenesis do they call themselves white. Okay. So he's all over the place because again, he's looking at one source. He's looking at a Black's Law Dictionary, fourth edition, page 792, to plaster that definition on anybody who say they're black or white.
of these nations, even my brothers in Africa, my brothers in Africa don't call themselves black. If you Nigerian, you call yourself Nigerian. If you Ghanaian, you call yourself Ghanaian. There is no black and white. Now, the construct of race only exists in America. All right. So if we're going to go down this rabbit hole, we need to understand people's ego allows them to think that they know everything. It's so much we don't know. It's so much we haven't been taught.
Now, I hate when people say that because I can say, bro, you're coming off like you know everything. Like people tell people they know everything when they just confident in what they know. You know, that usually happens when people come into your lane of expertise and try to talk your language and don't know what they're talking about. You correct them. They usually say you think you know everything. That's usually how that come about. Okay. Stay out of my lane. Stay in your lane.
You can't be an expert in nothing till somebody give you the game. So I'm gonna try to give y'all the game here today. Okay.
Oh damn, the
So
game.
white and black are law statuses. White status is the natural indigenous rights of the people of that land. Whoever was here when them.
So in other words, he's not arguing to be black. He's arguing to be white. So that's where he's going, family. He's arguing to be white. All right. So black is bad, but white is good.
The white tees came over here. The indigenous people had what they call white status. They had their own self-government.
White status.
This was the natural rights, their God-given rights from God to them. Okay. So
This
when
ain't
the white tee come over here,
is.
he fought those people. And see that you've been taught that it was somebody else that they were fighting when it was us that they was fighting over here. Okay. So he took our rights and cloaked himself in our rights and gave himself white status and gave us what's called black status. Now, if you know what I'm talking about, you know black.
See, he's saying the white man did a switcheroo. They called us black, man, and we're not black, and they call themselves white, and they're not white. We're actually white. They're actually black. That's where he's going. One more time.
He taught that it was somebody else.
This is literally plebiscite battle.
They were fighting when it was us that they was fighting over here. Okay. So he took our rights and cloaked himself in our rights and gave himself white status and gave us what's called black status. Now, if you know what I'm talking about, you know black means civilly dead in law. Okay. So if you get out your Black's Law Dictionary and you look it up.
I told you, the Black's Law Dictionary. Hey, family, please get the likes up. We got 58 people and growing. We only got 24 likes. Let's get that up. We got Flack in the building. Flack said, I'm copper. Yeah, right. But you are basing off your color of your skin. Black, when we call ourselves black, we're not basing it off the color of our skin because we're obviously different shades. Peace to Rico Miller, FBA Convo, Supreme Chief Holiday. We got Muck Muck in the building. We got FBA Ronnie in the building. We got Maxwell Jenkins, SMK. We got Draco, TBH. We got who else? And I just seen JJ Morris is in the building. And then Keith Lamont. You know, Keith Lamont, he be in the building. He be quiet, but he be in the building a lot. All right. Who else we got there? Chad Smith, you missed it, bro. I was looking for you last night, my live last night. I was looking for you by name. So Chad Smith, I got an honest question to ask you, and I want an honest answer. All right. Listen, man. That's all I can ask. Just be honest. We don't need any lies, no tether lies, no white supremacist lies, just FBA truth. Okay. So Chad Smith, and let's say elementary or middle school. Okay. I get you. Chad Smith, have you ever called someone? So this is like a 2-3 part question. Just some commas. There's some commas in this question. Did you ever call somebody African booty scratcher? Did anybody ever call you an African booty scratcher? Have you ever heard anybody call anybody African booty scratcher from elementary to middle school? If it's yes, it's yes. If it's no, it's no. All right. So that's my question for you. All right.
Is civilly dead, civilter mortuus. Okay, so that means you have limited to no rights. Now I'm gonna make this make sense because I know y'all some intelligent people. I know I'm dealing with intelligent people. Watch this.
Armageddon, peace to you. My man said you're dealing with intelligent people. Okay, Renaissance woman, peace.
If I get caught with a bag of drugs and a white guy get caught with the same bag of drugs, am I gonna get more time or is he gonna get more time?
Yeah, what the hell is he talking about? Hey, your family, let's get the likes up. Thank you.
Who gonna get more time in that situation? Ain't it more likely that I'm gonna get sent up the river and he gonna get a smack on the wrist?
The one with the best lawyer gonna get the less time.
Yeah, that's in the perfect world, right? In the perfect world. But let's be real, brother. In a perfect world, that happens like that. But in the real world, the black man always get the ish end of the stick. Now, come on now, brother. Don't play yourself, bro. You know that. And it's a reason we get that. We get that because the status that we live under, this black status that we answer to, it gives us limited to no rights. This is why everything. Right. Okay, let me ask you this. Why when these brothers get unalived by these policemen and these policemen get this paid leave and they get all of these benefits when they're going through this stuff? You know why? This is all a part of white status. Their status can be adjusted under the color of law. So you got to understand the trigonometry of law. If you don't even understand basic law, then I mean we can't even have this discussion. You got to have a basic understanding of how law works. Okay, law language. They don't speak in the same language we speak in. So they trapping us into these statuses. All of this stuff, have we imagined all of the oppression, all of the redlining, all of the marginalizing? Have we imagined that we have gotten a raw deal in this country? We ain't imagining that took place. All of this is happening. This is a part of, hold on, I just want to break down the black thing. So this is why I don't answer to black, because black is a civilly dead status. I am a brown man. I'm a melanated man. I'm a carbonated being. Okay, I can be any of these things, or I can answer from my lineage. Now I'm from Mississippi. Okay, now let me hold on. I'm finna open the door up for y'all. Give me a second.
No, hold on, but no, I want you to tie it in because you got to give somebody. You got to pass the mic. You got to pass the mic.
I'm about to pass it to you right now.
You had to drink some water, yo. You didn't talk so much. You had to drink some water.
I'm from Mississippi. My elders were Choctaw. Okay, and when you disrespect them by telling us, man, you disrespecting elderly people that you don't even know. People that would laugh in your face when you talk about you from Africa, because that generation of people never said they were from Africa. You disrespecting your grandfather. I bet your grandfather, your great-grandfather never told you was from Africa. But that's something you learned through indoctrination. So go ahead, do your thing. Ask your question. Go ahead.
No. Before we go there, I heard what you're saying. You're saying black and white, our statuses.
Okay, so he dropped a little bar right there. He was like, yo, none of you. So just because you drop a bar doesn't mean you was kicking facts. So you said some truth and some falsehood, but he ended it with dropping some facts. He said, nobody in your lineage told you were from Africa. That part was correct.
When you were talking, I was thinking about a lot of the Moorish science teachings, because that's what they always talk about, and then they have these options that they present to people to correct their status correction. And so I've heard these arguments before. My thing is this: you said that we are melanated. You said we're black, we're melanated. So do you're saying that white people don't have melanin?
Yeah, they don't have neuromelanin. That's different types of melanin. They got ferromelanin. They don't have neuromelanin.
It's
We
called
got
you.
superpowers.
It's called you. It's called you,
Wait,
melanin. Hold on, brother.
Okay, yeah. So family, we're 20 likes behind, and we shouldn't be 20 likes behind because only 57 of us in the building. It ain't like it's 120 of us. You know, it's like that. It's like put the like there to get our lineage family members in the building. All right, the likes help them come. It attracts them.
Hold on, because I don't want to mute you.
That's what I'm trying to say.
We keep selling
ourselves short.
It's called you melanin.
Yeah, you
I
messed
wanted
it up.
you messed it up, so I was trying to correct you. So don't let's not make it. Let's not.
I know it is neuromelanin. Yeah, I know it is neuromelanin.
It's called you. Yeah, that's that's in the brain.
Look, neurology.
Yeah,
that's
neurology.
So what
the neuromelanin is the neuromelanin is the reason Michael Jordan can jump like he can jump.
Chief. Let me talk, right?
Chief,
like because it was kind of like, I was trying to interject and correct something. You said something. I don't want to. One thing we're not.
Wait a minute. Did Unc say Chief was a wild dude? Unc was that wild on my panel, where I couldn't get a word in. But you see how poised he is. You see how sophisticated and professional he is on his own panel. But over here, he went crazy, just like Chief.
Going to do is pass out misinformation, right? Like, so when you mispronounced it, I wanted people to be, you say neuromelanin is, that's what we got. No, what the difference between our melanin and their melanin, they have pheomelanin, we have what's called EU melanin.
This guy just made some stuff up and neuromelanin. And he's getting mad that he's being corrected. Family, when you put yourself out there publicly and make public statements, if you're wrong, it's better to just stand corrected and move on and not fight against it. Because when you just stand corrected and move on, people forget about that blunder. But if you fight against it, that blunder is going to linger and it's going to be attached to you, and it's hard to shake it off. Just concede and move on.
And that's a difference. But you said neuromelanin, right? And that's not what you meant. You meant eumelanin. So I wanted to make that correction. You're saying that we don't. You didn't mean EU.
I didn't. What I said was neuromelanin. If you don't know what neuromelanin is,
no. So do you know? So you know what? Do you?
Let him have
don't
it.
don't teach it.
We'll
Don't teach
look
it.
it
Don't
up.
teach.
How about that?
Let's look at.
Didn't Brother Unk just say that the neuromelanin was the black substance in the brain?
No, he didn't say the black substance in the brain. So hold on. Let me mute you. Hold on. Let me mute you because this is because I don't want to mute you, Chief. But if you're gonna not let us talk and you just dominate the conversation, it ain't gonna be a conversation, right?
Southern breeze.
So
peace.
now let's address the melanin, right? So
he crashed out on yeah. So Laura Mall said he crashed out on the podcast. He definitely did, and I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why Unc crashed out over here, and I just made that video. So remember, he was not part of the show, but I did invite him. But he was supposed to be the show. Like the show was supposed to be called, something like Me and Unc. You know how they were like the proper perspective and everybody was like, his name was supposed to be in the title. But because he didn't click the link when I sent the link, I just made the show what it was. And he clicked the link 4 or 5 hours later. So he became a part of the show. So anyway, I made it a clip. I just uploaded the clip, 16 minutes, I believe it is, of me and Unc back and forth on slave raids. And he did crash out because he knew, people know when I invite them to the show, they know that whatever the topic is, whatever the talking points are, is probably not going to go well for them. So he came like that. So he came with that energy, knowing that most likely he wasn't going to measure up to the conversation. I'm telling you, that's why he came in hostile like that. And that's why I like to tell people, hey, man, join the podcast. And I have some nice, talking points for us to go over. But him, he already knew what it was. And that's why he crashed out. And it didn't work out for him at all.
They're not melanated people. They don't
Sounds
have neuromelanin. I was trying to help you out by telling you that we have eumelanin and pheomelanin. But you're saying that that's not true. So let's bring up some slides. I mean, Brother Unc, you can bring it up. That's fine. We got computers too.
So the Holy FBA Codex TV1 says that's the melanin content that the nerds use for information transport, but the brother didn't explain it quite right. I got you. Okay, there you go. And it's okay. It's okay to be like, because what he should have said was, okay, well, research, neuromelanin, so they could read it and see what he's saying. Okay, who said that? Yeah, good morning to you. Sounds Bantu.
So, brother Unc, let's talk about that. Let's unpack that. The whole idea.
You want me to just share the screen real quick?
Share the screen real quick. Let's get this out.
Okay, so it wasn't about that. Actually, it was kind of. So let me fast forward that because it's about black.
But was I silent? Was brother Unc silent? Did we get their responses? This is the chat. Exact. Hold on. I mean, people. So I try to give people what I do. Yeah, it's up.
All right, we're gonna skip past this because it's about black.
But you actually find it in the
Okay, so they got it
in the brain, and then we got this, which all humans have. It's neuromelanin. That's what you said.
So if all people got it, he's still wrong because he positioned it as white people didn't have it.
You was right about it being dark pigment found in the brain, which is a structurally related to
boom. Boom.
No, that's not boom. That's not boom. That's not
boom.
Why would you say that,
Chief? That's not boom.
Chief, you boomed yourself out the game.
Yeah, boom. You did just boom yourself. You just boomed yourself.
It's a word here. It's called structurally related. Structurally meaning it's related structurally, but you actually find it in the brain.
And that belongs. That's all humans. That's all humans. Chief.
Yeah, that's bad, Chief.
Chief, it is. It is. I mean, it's there. It is all humans. All humans have that particular melanin that's in the brain. All of us, that's in the human brain. So do you don't believe that white people are humans?
Am I unmuted?
I didn't.
Am I unmuted?
I didn't mute you.
Well, I thought I was unmuted.
You've been unmuted. You haven't you weren't muted.
I definitely didn't want this to go this way, and that's cool. And listen, Dr. Maya, let me be honest with you. Let's not act like this is not your platform. Your chat, I don't expect your chat to agree with me, but I bet you they're gonna believe they know what I'm talking about.
Don't worry about the chat.
I'm not. Listen, I can't even see the chat. I can't even see the chat.
Don't worry about the chat. Mm-hmm.
But you
hold on. No. We're talking about right? Possess melanin, right? All of us do, okay? And there are different types of melanin.
Okay, it's fine. But listen, let's make sure we understand something. You say you allowed me to speak my piece.
I'm trying to get back to black.
This thing that we're talking about, you can't get that across in 10 minutes, okay? It's going to take a little bit more time than 10 minutes. If you want to talk about the history of humanity, you want to talk about...
Yeah, listen, man. If we just can't have a conversation back and forth, if every time you talk, it got to take 10 minutes, then I'd rather you just go in, right? I don't want to do it back and forth. Don't ask me no questions. Just go in. And I try to tell panelists that, like, I don't mind you going in, but don't try to go in, but ask me a question in between. You're not going in, right? You're trying to do something else. If you need more than 3-4 minutes, just go in. And then when you're done, I may ask a question about what you said or may not. But I would rather back and forth. But I understand sometimes you need to go in for, like he said, to explain a little more. I don't mind that. But don't do that by ask me questions in between. Because then I'm going to, that's giving me the baton. That's giving me the mic to talk. Don't do that.
Millions of years in 10 minutes?
No, I didn't say that. That's not what we were doing. We were defining melanin.
Okay, so let's get back to the melanin. Let's get back to the melanin discussion.
We were defining melanin.
We were the melanin.
But you out
here. He got them so far away from
one more strike. I said, knock it off. That's not a harsh word. I think you're trying to run from the conversation. I might be a bozo.
You're a bozo.
You're right. I agree. But I tell you what, you can't do.
You ain't come to Bill.
Wait a minute.
Dr. Maya, it should have been just me and you.
Brother,
we don't need the bozo. It should have just been me and you.
Listen, man.
Dr. Maya, I got the utmost respect for you. It should be just me and you, not the bozo.
I don't need you to respect me. What I need you to do is find a daggone dictionary and define what you're saying.
You're a bozo. You said it wasn't no neuromelanin, and then when you saw neuromelanin, you tried to scroll by it. I saw you. Don't be a bozo. You was right. You was right about neuromelanin. Yeah, man,
I'm gonna give you a second chance. Explain what you were saying. Go ahead. Talk about the neuromelanin. What was you trying to say? Go ahead. I'm gonna be quiet because I think you're really trying to run,
Neuromelanin.
Chief. I think
Okay,
you're
let's
trying
do
to
this.
set up a situation where you're running.
Let's
So I'm gonna
do
be
it.
quiet.
just said
We
let me
want you
talk.
to explain, since I'm the
Is you gonna let me
buffalo.
talk?
You got a whole crowd full of people. Explain to us what
A superhuman. It what's make Michael Jordan what he is. It what makes us faster than everybody. We jump higher than everybody, and we more intelligent than everybody. We are the builders of pyramids. You think that them folks can do what we do? Why they ain't done it? If they got what we got inside of us, what we got from the Most High, if they had what we had in us, they'll be able to do everything that we do.
We
They
built the
can't.
greatest country ever known.
Now you up here
mankind,
trying to
which is better than a
disrespect the
pyramid.
brother because I'm telling you, you was wrong. I said neuromelanin.
All right, let's go fast.
you mute the damn single out,
It
Doc.
protects the
He's in a NATO conversation. Check this out. I'm used
Yo, can I get back to Black? I want to get back to him trying to break down Black.
It's so crazy about you, nigga.
Okay.
They call you a
Wild-ass
cotton.
thing.
Okay.
They call you cotton picker, nigga.
Hold on. I'm gonna
You
mute
plain
everybody.
ass nigga. You all over America.
He crashed out 100%.
I just muted Onk. Hold on. I just muted Onk. Chief, look, Chief. I just muted Onk, and I just muted you. Brothers, please, brothers.
Bubble, but Africa sold Africans into slavery, and I have.
Okay, wait. So he was told this already? Yo, hold it. You see how long this was ago? This is what I had to explain to Unc. This is 2 years ago. So 2 years ago, this dude they call him Chief, he already explained to Unc that Africans sold Africans. The Unc come on here 2 days ago and act like that's not history. That's not historically accurate. Wait a minute.
Was white folks, English vagrants and Irish vagrants that the British bought over here. Okay, now let me tell you how the African slave trade thing came into play. I hate to bust y'all bubble, but Africa sold Africans into slavery, and I have proof beyond proof of this because the Ghanaian president just apologized to the people 2 weeks ago about selling his people.
Wait, are they saying it didn't happen? Like let me. This is 41 minutes. Because they're going to respond, but then I want to go beyond before 41 minutes. I want to see if they actually. I want to see if Dr. Mayat denied that. We know Unc did on my podcast, but I want to see what Unc said back here.
Into slavery. Am I lying? I know somebody's seen this clip. It's two presidents, a president in Ghana, and it was another one of the nations, came out and said, I would like to apologize for enslaving our people and selling our people. The African slave trade has been going on since the time of Moses. It ain't nothing new. Africans sold their people to British merchants, Spanish merchants. This was a business, okay? Now, let me get to this, okay? You talk about the transatlantic slave trade. You talk about transporting people from Africa to America. Do you know how dangerous the Atlantic Ocean is? Do y'all think that they had big, huge boats? Y'all thought they had big, huge boats back in the 1600s? These were no big, we know what the boats look like. These were small boats. You couldn't put no more than 300 people on these boats. So check this. I'm going to read directly from Christopher Columbus' diary.
It seemed like when he goes into like the slave trade, that type of history, it seemed like he knows what he's talking about. But I wanted him to finish up on the Black, how he's not Black. But let me go back. I want to see if they denied the African slave trade as far as Africans selling us to Europeans.
So listen to me. Check this out, guys. This is what I want.
see what he said. Look,
Mute
Doc,
him. How about you mute him? Mute him. I'm in San Marcos, Texas, nigga.
Your mother, nigga,
Pull
now,
up.
nigga. Now, nigga.
I smack the shit out you. You
Yeah, I know,
pussy.
nigga. Yeah, I know.
You a pussy, nigga.
Yeah,
Over there. Now take your ass back to Africa and go kiss them people ass that don't even like you.
Your mother, nigga.
Yo, now that part right there, I'm rocking with Chief because they do worship Africans.
Africans talk crazy about you.
Mother, nigga.
Them Africans talk crazy about you, nigga.
Okay.
They call you a
Wild-ass
cotton.
thing.
They call you cotton picker, nigga.
Hold on.
Okay, yeah. So I'm rocking with Chief on that. He's up to some truth there.
Face of the earth, guys. We go back well. That 6,000 year about the business possibilities. This is him. He's quoted. From here, in the name of the blessed Trinity, we can send all the slaves that can be 1,100 men on 4 ships. Okay, it's about 250, about 260 a ship or so, right? Listen to this. The crowding in the stormy Atlantic crossing took a fearful toll. Only 300 survived. 300 out of 1,100 people survived. Now, I'm a businessman. I own 2 businesses. Do that sound like a sound business plan that you're going to be going back and forth across the Atlantic with your inventory? They got 1,100 pieces of inventory that they shipped from the Americas to Spain, and only 300 made it. Now, do you think these people kept making that trip? But that's what you've been told, that they kept making that trip. Another thing you've been told is that we ship these slaves right over here to North America. Wrong. Go do the real research. There's an article out there called Slavery in the Colonies from the British perspective. See, y'all forget that the British ran the 13 colonies before the Americans had control. Y'all forget that. Y'all forgot that. The British ran the show over here, okay? So the British was shipping slaves to their sugarcane plantations in the Caribbean.
Absolutely.
In the Caribbean and in South America, okay?
Absolutely,
now watch
yeah.
this. Okay, let me, I'm gonna keep going, Dr. Mayada. I appreciate you too. I appreciate you giving me the chance to speak, because it's hard to,
and then right after you finish, just like Ark, he never unmuted, just let him, there we go. Okay, go ahead, brother.
Okay, so they shipped these African slaves to the Caribbean and to South America, okay, not to North America, for a reason. There was a reason they didn't come straight over here, okay?
I ain't gonna lie, he's cooking.
They had their white slaves over here first. They was over here with their white slave, their English vagrants, boom, boom, boom. That didn't work out. The white slaves ended up revolting for whatever reason. They started to bring some of the African slaves over from the Caribbeans, but not as slaves, as indentured servants. See, people got this idea of how slavery was. I'm gonna tell you right now, everything you know about slavery is backwards and upside down. It ain't happened the way we think it happened. The 1800s, the plantation stuff, that was the 1800s. There's a whole 300 or 400 years before that, before we even get to that, okay?
Hey, family is coming in. Please like the video. We're down 30 likes. Those few likes are not gonna get, this video won't go into the live feeds of our lineage, you dig? Folks of our lineage. So they're gonna miss this live because they're probably doing something else on YouTube, and it's, because everybody don't get notifications. But those likes, it put the video in the live feed. It plays with the algorithm. So let's like the video. Let's get this video circulated where our relatives can check it out and pull up on us.
So these Africans that they brought over, but they also brought over Haitians.
So universal law says all ego is deeper, says Irish, not English. Yeah, they a little they had a back and forth. It's hostile, you dig? They're going at it. But so far, he's doing good, and he's like off the top, so that's pretty good. Like, he's not reading. He's like, he definitely knows this so far.
They brought over Caribs. These are black people. Now, let me ask y'all something. Okay, let me ask y'all something, fam. Haiti, okay? The Caribbean.
Yeah, the holy FBA codes. I think so. I think people are confused what the B is.
Do y'all think some red-skinned Native Americans was the original people in Haiti?
Boy 3.
Do y'all think some red-skinned Native American people was the first people in Barbados in the Caribbean? That was us. We was them people. So
universal law says, why would you have to bring slaves when blacks was already here? Go ahead and elaborate on that universal law a little more. Peace is deeper. What you think so far is deeper? Let me give it deeper a lineage wrench. It's deeper, just for the record, it's deeper in universal law. Would y'all consider yourselves foundation Black Americans, or you think native to this country, or have a lineage that's rooted in this country, or are you children of immigrants, Black immigrants?
when they got over here, we was the people that they found here, bro. They just done told us in school that, oh, this is a Native American. Nah, them people from Siberia. Them people nomaded here in the 1300s when Genghis come. They was not always here.
Hey, yeah, everybody's getting
we are the first people. We are the indigenous people.
Subscribe. So
all life comes from us. So how the hell can they be first in anything?
Today,
okay. So when they shipped them slaves over to the Caribbeans And then they ended up bringing some over, right? They ended up bringing some
All
over.
right. So hold on. I want Unc to respond to Africans selling
That sank into the water.
blacks to
Now, a lot of people want to
Europeans.
say, oh, you believe in God. You can't.
With that, right? You also mentioned
Let's back up.
that of Africa. I don't disagree.
Let's back up.
The
Yes.
British and how the British.
Hold on. Back up. Okay.
I told you come from
So
an
by the way, I just wrote Dr. Mayat just now to see if she's free this morning to join us. I said I would like to talk about a little bit about the transatlantic slave trade, pretty much what he's going into. I told her I would like to talk about Marcus Garvey's legacy, and I told her I would like to talk about Umar's school collapsing. And I should have mentioned Umar and how does his school collapse affect Pan-Africanism, but that's not how I worded it. But if she pull up this morning, then I'll that's how I would address it. All right. But I want to see her response. So we got name of Buckner, peace, and good morning to you. Let me see these likes. Are these likes up there? What are we doing with the likes? Yeah, likes still bad. It's getting better, but it's still bad.
Where's the black man that said we came from Africa before a white man named Charles Darwin? Show me this man. Nobody. So everything that you learn is based out of that foundation, out of Africa and evolution. And if anybody in here believe in evolution, you can't tell me you believe in God. You can't believe in God and believe in evolution. So which is it? Which is it? These are all theories from the white man. All right. So what the brother Ricky, now this is for my brother Ricky. This is what Ricky was saying.
So let me, because you said a lot, Chief.
Yeah,
and you said a lot in a little bit of time. So, and I was trying to process it all. So I'm gonna mute you, and then I'm gonna unmute brother.
She muted herself.
I muted myself. So what I wanted to say was this: there were things that you said regarding the slave trade, the British and how the British, we know that the Portuguese sparked it, right? But about the British controlling the 13 colonies at some point, and the British bringing in enslaved Africans and captives, and how a lot of folks were brought to the Caribbean and South America first. That's true. I mean, I don't disagree with that. That's right and exact. I don't disagree with that. You also mentioned Africans participating, right, in the slave trade and selling. We say other Africans, even though we could say that back then there was no concept of African. But if you want to be technical in modern day language, you would say that there were other Africans on the continent.
See, and that's what Unc tried with me. Unc tried that the whole time I was talking about Unc. So it's the video that I'm pointing to right now. So I shared my screen on my channel. I just uploaded it 35 minutes ago. All right. So this is a 16 minute, 30 second video of myself and Unc. Unc was in denial that Africans sold us to white people, to Europeans. Okay. So Pan-Africanists will do the whole per capita, whole number thing. So what Dr. Mayat right now is saying, at that time, they weren't called Africans. They were called this. It's like, listen, you don't got to clarify that. The whole conversation, we were saying Africans, Africans, Africans. Now, when I point out an obvious historical fact, when I say Africans sold us, now all of a sudden they're not Africans. They have tribal names, and they got a chief and a king and a queen, and we need to know all these people names. You dig? It's like, so we can't say African anymore. We got to be specific and name tribes and regions and kings and queens. So we can't use African when it comes to the African slave trade. It's called the African slave trade, by the way. It's called the transatlantic slave trade, and it's called the African slave trade. Africans were involved. Okay, when you read about it, you're going to read the word African there. You're going to read European, and they will be specific and name tribes and countries, but you're going to see African. The word African, you're going to see that when you read about the transatlantic slave trade. You're going to see that, all right? So, but they want to get technical. It's kind of weird. It's like white people per capita GDP and whole numbers. Like they pick and choose when they want to do per capita and the whole number.
Regardless of the ethnicity, who did participate in slavery. And I'm talking about without giving reasons as to why. I mean, we could give reasons as to why, but I have the writings. I have the Portuguese writings that'll tell you that, you know, that these Africans, a lot of these different ethnicities were at war, and that they had POWs, and that they would sell their POWs to European people, right? Portuguese, Dutch, Swedes, Danish, British, you know, and that's so you don't have any, I agree with that, right?
Wait a minute. So why did Unc wait, wait now, family. Did you hear that? Unc is on a panel with Dr. Mayat. Dr. Mayat said exactly what I said exactly what the brother down the bottom said, Chief. So why did Unc debate me and say that's not true? Yeah, I got to clip that and send it to Unc. This wow. I mean, I can't believe. Hey, yeah, hey, Lord Maul, did you see that? All right, so family, now I got to click it. Okay. Okay. All right, so Lord Maul, hold on. So yeah, so now I got to here. 1 second. Yeah, so now I got to clip this. I'm confused. Why would Unc believe Africans did not sell us after listening to Dr. Maya and Chief? All right, so hold on, fam. I'm sorry. I got to clip this and send it to Unc. This is
You also
this is
mentioned
insane.
Being able to buy our freedom
Hold on.
at times. Yes, there is Danish, British. I'll tell you that, you know, reasons as to why. I mean,
there we go.
I mean, we could give reasons as to why, but I have the writings. I have the writings. I have the Portuguese, right? But I have the writings. I have the Portuguese writings that'll tell
I got to
you
clip this and send it to Unc. This is wild.
These Africans, a lot of these different ethnicities were at war, and that they had POWs, and that they would sell their POWs to European people, right? Portuguese, Dutch, Swedes, Danish, British, you know, and that's so you don't have any, I agree with that, right? But I have the writings. I have the Portuguese writings that'll tell you that, you know, that these Africans, a lot of these different ethnicities were at war, and that they had POWs, and that they would sell their POWs to European people, right? Portuguese, Dutch, Swedes, Danish, British, you know, and that's so you don't have any, I agree with that, right?
Okay, that's wild. Okay, so I just named it. So I'm gonna share this clip, right? I'm gonna copy it. That is wild. Okay, now listen to Unc. The term. Do you still go by this term? Do you still go by that we were kidnapped?
Yeah, because you got to get kidnapped first to get enslaved.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just asking. Okay, so now when we were kidnapped, who did the kidnapping?
Dutch, the Portuguese.
Okay, hold on. Stop right here. So did he get that back? Wasn't that crazy? Hold on. So let's go back here.
You also mentioned there's Danish, British, and that they had POW. But I have the writings. I have the Portuguese writings that'll tell you.
Wait, so did Unc understand Dr. Mayat in reverse?
That, you know, that these Africans, a lot of these different ethnicities were at war, and that they had POWs, and that they would sell their POWs to European people, right? Portuguese, Dutch, Swedes, Danish, British, you know, and that's so you don't have any, I agree with that, right? You also mentioned.
Yeah, I might have to take this video down and re-upload it with that clip right there in there. Hold on. Now look what he said. So she said that the European powers were on the receiving end, not the shipping end, right? But look what Unc says. He says the opposite. Right. So now when we were kidnapped, who did the kidnapping?
Dutch, the Portuguese.
Okay, hold on. Stop right here. So he said the opposite of Dr. Mayat. This is insane. So, brother, you said you're not. You said you're not into pseudo information, right?
Nah, so you saying that the Portuguese?
Okay.
Right?
All right. Now I'm gonna share my screen this time. Are you familiar with slave raids in Africa?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know how unsuccessful the Dutch and Europeans were in the 1400s when they went over there and tried that? They died from diseases and they got killed off by African resilience. Do you know that majority of all the kidnapping were done by Africans?
I mean, come on, bro. Like
That's
you,
that's false. Okay, let me pull it up.
I'm
Yeah,
saying
let's
the
pull it
way
up.
you, yes, you
Okay,
don't
let's
know
pull
what
it
you're
up.
talking about, and
Okay, you
you're
got
gonna
it.
play. Hold on.
So he said, yes, that's false, and I don't know what I'm talking about. But he's sitting here with Dr. Mayat, who said exactly what I said. Europeans was on the receiving end, Africans was on the shipping end. Okay.
Hold on now.
Oh my, it's gonna be easy one
Doing
right
it.
here.
What you're doing is you fucking it all up.
Okay, sure. So I'm
So
gonna read
yeah,
it and
yeah,
you correct me.
hold on. You fuck. I'm gonna let you fuck it all up. Then I'm gonna get
Yeah.
you and beat you all up. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. You see, yeah, family, that is amazing. How on one end you're on a panel with Dr. Mayat. She tells you that Africans was on the shipping end, Europeans was on the receiving end. Africans were selling, Europeans were buying. I talked to him. This was 2 years ago, right? You see the date. This is 2 years ago. Let's see the date. So I talked to him right here. This is 2 years ago. I talked to him 2 years later and he forgot. He is saying I'm effing it up. Dude, you are effing it up. So then he twists what Dr. Mayat said and he forgot and he thought the Europeans was on the shipping end. I don't know who he believes on the receiving end, but he thought that's crazy. Yeah, I'm going to I got to take this video down. Okay, so I'm gonna do that video over actually. Yeah, and I got to add the Dr. Mayat part in there. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna take that video down and add that in there to show like how are you saying the opposite of what you acquiesced to 2 years before.
Being able to buy our freedom at times. Yes, there is documentation
That's crazy.
that we can grab, as far back.
Let me look at the chat on that one. So John Toby says, let me see the likes first before I read the comments. Let me read the chat first before.
There is documentation
That's crazy. Okay, hold on. Okay, the likes, yeah, yeah, he got beat up. Yeah, that was embarrassing. So Roots was a work of fiction. We can't believe the kidnapping was exclusively by European. People still believe in the colonizers, God, and Jesus. So yeah. Laura Mall says, act like he was sipping on that brown liquor. Yeah, yeah, it was something, man. That China White or that yak. I agree. Either or that China White or that yak. But he was out of control. Star Wars is more accurate. Kunta says, Clone Wars incubators. Kunta says, Loveism says, can someone tell me who Unc is? He looks like the same person that was told a little over a week ago the same thing. Africa being told that they were so. Yeah, yeah, that's him. That's the guy. I just played my interaction with him. So on one side, he's agreeing with Dr. Bayat that Africans were selling us to Europeans, but 2 years later, he argues with me that that never happened. I made it up. Okay, so let me see. Yeah, I'm kind of like totally confused. But anyway, let me play this out, and then I'm go to the next video because I wasn't supposed to play this much. I was just going to play the part where he said he wasn't black and try to hear his rationale, but he went into plebiscite Babel. I'm talking about Chief at the bottom. He went into plebiscite Babel, the Black's Law Dictionary, fourth edition, page 792, and then he went off to neuromelanin, and then they went crazy from there.
As the 1700s that will support that there were times in history where we did get paid and we would because everybody wasn't, they were free. I say free blacks. I know you don't like the term black.
Yeah, like free blacks. Yeah. So anyway, I want to thank you guys for the Cash App donation, the Cash App love. I will, respond, send like a little thank you thing. I just didn't get a chance to even like look at them like that. But I did see that they were there. I just been really ripping and running around, like literally. I need one of those watches that show you how many miles you walk, cause I know I'm like walking some miles. Um, as a result, I'm in top tip shape. You dig? But yeah, but thank you for the Cash App love. Thank y'all for the super chat love. It's definitely being appreciated. And it's, thank you. I just want to acknowledge y'all personally over the microphone, even though I didn't get a chance to acknowledge y'all from the Cash App. You click the thank you thing, whatever.
But there was, elements of free blacks who did work and they did buy their freedom, and sometimes they bought the freedom of their loved ones and stuff. So I say all that to say that there were things that you definitely articulated that are factual. I agree with that. But then there were some things that you articulated when you said that our original, so I'm getting into what I disagree with, when you said that we originated from Mu, and from Mu we went to America, right?
Okay, so that part I don't care about, because I got what I needed. I got Unc. Wait, I want to see what Unc says about the African selling us.
So like I said, it was some things that you said that I mute my mic presented, brother. So I muted.
A dude spoke for like 15 minutes, yo.
You had it's
on mute. And I gotta disrespect each other, but I realized in the midst of the disrespect, right? He knew his ass was grass. He smelled it a mile away, so he had to go to the crack, smoking crack. I ain't never smoked crack, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I smoke cocaine out of keys. Let's get all that straight.
Out of keys.
Yeah, get me right, my nigga.
Yeah, this dude is crazy, yeah.
All right. So I got money in the midst of my drug addiction, bro. So let's get all that straight. Ask about me. Second point, no, nigga gonna slap me. Let's get that straight. Ain't nobody gonna put their hands on me. We ain't doing that.
Oh my God.
Let's start with the land of Mu. Now,
wait, let's get past that.
In your mouth. I would have, but you ran your mouth. 1952.
Is he gonna adjust it?
Now, Albert Churchward and Charles Darwin was come to the Journal of Science. Many Americans, right?
Chief, don't unmute. Just let him rock out for his 15 minutes. Don't unmute. Okay.
0.2% African, 24% European, and 0.8% Native American.
Wait.
Average African American genome, for example, is 73.2% African, 24% European, and 0.
You see, I know I'll catch him. He said the average human. Wait, run that back. Family, look what he did. Look what he did.
It say the average African American genome, for example, is 73.2% African.
He says 73.2 African. Wait a minute. I thought there are no Africans. I thought there were just tribes and countries and regions and kings and queens. And you see how they pick and choose when you can say African and when you can't. So when I go to show Africans were heavily involved in slave raids and kidnapping and selling us to Europeans, he say, well, technically they're not Africans because that term didn't exist at that time. They were part of tribes and countries and regions and kings and queens. But then they'll go and say African, and when you shouldn't say African. So he's reading off some DNA, American me type stuff. It does not say African on that thing. Wait, matter of fact, let me show you what it says. Yeah, I'm telling you, Pan-Africanists are a lot of them, not all, but because you can't be absolute. But they are deceiving liars, man. You got to watch them. Okay, hold on. Let me do this right here. I want to send Unc that clip of Dr. Mayat agreeing with me. Okay, so now I got that out the way. Okay, so let's go over here. So this is a 23andMe. This ain't mine. This ain't mine. Okay, now, where does it say Africa? Where does it say African? It gives you a list of countries. So they say we can't use Africa when we should. But when you shouldn't use Africa, they use it. Because this 23andMe, there's nothing that says Africa here. All right, hold on. So when he says 73% African, like he's literally just combining up all of the countries of Africa. Okay, hold on. Shoot. Oh my God. All right, so I got to figure out where I put the rest of the. But yeah, there's no African right there. There's no Africa. It's countries. So there's no 73% of nothing, dude. There's a bunch of this going on. Let me show you what's going on. There's a bunch of little bit of Nigeria in certain people, a little bit of England in certain people, and a little bit of Benin. Well, this is the whole thing. A little bit of Western, it's a little bit of countries of Africa in you. So we're not going to combine Nigeria with Benin and with all these and say, hey, you're African. No, 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 no. Because even if you did do that, if you combine all these African countries to this 22%, right, of European, that would be like what? That would be like 78% African, right? So tell me why. So this person that got 78% African and only 22% European, shouldn't this person be very, very dark skinned? Because they got all that African in them. Well, this person looks like Mariah Carey. Skin tone. So stop. This person got just as much European in them as they do African. Right? And that's what makes us FBA. Because this large percent of European Africans don't have, a real African does not have this large percentage of European in them. That's what makes us different. I don't even think Haitians got this large percent of European in them. I don't even think the Haitians do. But the chat's smart. Y'all would know more than me.
24% European and 0.8% Native American. The team reports online today in the Journal of Human Genetics. We already know the fake cowboys and Indians be running from DNA tests like it's goddamn raid. And now we see why. Because really, if he was a champion in ships. At the height of the slave trade in the 18th century, these slaves, these ships could have, wasn't this ship? The BBC talked about ships, wasn't this ships, wasn't that? Well, I'm gonna give you a source to show you how many slaves these ships could actually carry. It say at the height of the slave trade across the, first of all, they built these big ships, these intercontinental. We're gonna come here. Come right here. Egyptian seagoing shy, right? And they was Europeans aren't the first people to build ships, big ships. These quote unquote.
Hey, yeah. Hold on. So I can't stop that. Okay, cool. I stopped. All right. That was me. That's on my phone. I'm about to send out that clip right there.
Africans, matter of fact, indigenous Africans built ships. Native American population ain't built no damn ships. They had canoes, which is cool. So we ain't gonna knock that. But if you talk about ships, you better go to Mama Africa first and get this straight. Matter of fact, you can go to Nigeria and find riverboats to go back to at least maybe 11,000, 10,000 years ago. Maybe no, 8,000 years ago. So we got the ships taken care of. They actually had ships big enough that could carry cargo between 250 to 600 people. They could do that. But we know they wasn't the first shipbuilders. We can go to Africa. Now, what else did this man say out of his mouth? Super reckless, dude. I ain't never in my life seen people this reckless. I want to skate back a little bit, right? So we talking about this neuromelanin, right?
Nah.
It's a human.
We passed that. Okay, so let's get to the show.
About how to describe my identity, and then I heard a West Indian person call themselves ethnically Black American. And that ish hit, because like, yes, that is what I am. Do any other Caribbean or African descendants kind of feel the same way? Like you straddle both worlds, both culturally and ethnically. Like I was born and raised in America and heavily identify with Black Americans. I mean, I even worked on the 1619 Project. But at the same time, I would never call myself Black American because I understand that my lineage doesn't have the same historical experience. But I'm not one of those Caribbean people who will be like, I'm not Black, I'm Trinidadian. Like, nah, I don't care if you call me Black, Black American, African American.
You heard her? She says she's not one of those Caribbean people that say they're not black. You see? Family, listen, you gotta listen to these folks. We're not crazy when we say all of a sudden they're black. They always said they were not black, and they're not. But now they want to be black because we're delineating. You did, but they always said so. She said, "I'm not one of those Caribbeans who say they're not black. We're not crazy. We know what we know, and we know they were um, they were rejecting the term black, and they were right, and we were right. They're not black."
Call myself Black American because I understand that my lineage doesn't have the same historical experience. But I'm not one of those Caribbean people who will be like, I'm not black, I'm Trinidadian. Like, nah, I don't care if you call me black, Black American, African American, like, we all black. So I think the best way to describe myself is that I'm ethnically Black American of West Indian descent, and my nationality is American. Lord, those foundational Black Americans about to tear me up.
You know, I get what she's saying because I have a neighbor.
I don't get what she's saying, but I understand her confusion, and it's her parents' fault. It's her parents' fault for not educating her. Okay, so a lot of first gen, second gen, third gen African immigrants, they are confused when they're born here because when they're born here, they are technically American, right? They're an American citizen. And when they go to forms, thanks to Messy Jesse Jackson, that when they go to forms, it's going to say Black African American. So they click that their entire life, well, at the age where they can, they'll click that and read that, and then they'll start to believe that they're Black African American. So when topics come up like reparations, and when it's told that it's only for Black African Americans, that's I'm using the application form terminology, they get confused and think it's for them. And then the Yvette Tone Talks, Tariq Nasheed says, no, it's not for you. That's for descendants of slavery. They get confused and they say, well, what is that? Then we say, exactly. See, if you were a true Black African American, you would know what that is. But you don't. Your parents didn't do a good job of delineating within the household, saying, no, you're Black American on paper only. You're not Black American through lineage. And then explain to them, your lineage goes to Jamaica, Nigeria, West Bubble, right? But the true Black African Americans who are actually FBA, their lineage goes back to this country even before United States of America was a thing. Before before 4th of July, basically. So yeah, they failed them. So I understand their confusion, but that's their parents' fault. But the reality is that they're gonna learn, and then they are learning. You were born here, you're American, you think you're Black because you're checking off a box that applies to you. You're not Black, okay? In any way, shape, form, you are a second gen Nigerian American, Jamaican American, whatever you want to call yourself, but the name of your country is there, plus American. You're not Black American, and you're definitely not foundational Black American. That's all. So I understand the confusion of why she's messed up in the head. Okay, I get it. I really do. But let's see if he's gonna. Let's go back.
If we all can get on code with each other.
Okay, so let's move on. I got some interesting stuff today.
So I just took a lot of pride in the after. That's interesting.
See, I feel like I had that identity crisis too, because so I was born in the States, but I moved back to Sudan, spent a few years in Sudan, and then I came here, went to a predominantly white school, so they didn't care if you were African, Black, Caribbean, it was all the same to them, one Black person. And then when I came to college, I noticed that like the gap was weird because even in high school, I started Black Student Union in my high school. And I didn't think like African Student Union, Caribbean, all of it fell under the parameter of Black for me. So Black Student Union, and one day I was complaining and my dad was like, oh, but we ain't Black, like we're African. And I was like, what's the difference? That's really when my identity crisis started because I was like, I don't understand how it could be different for me to be black, to be African. Who cares? It's all the same thing. We're all, like you were saying, we're all seen the same way. But then when you come to college, especially, you really see that gap, right? You see, like, I've had conversations with people, even in our ASU here, who are like, oh, like, no, like, we don't rock with the BSA kids because, like, we're African, they're black. It's all under the same impression, like, we are the people that are perpetuating this gap between each other. Yeah, we start off like our parents did start this gap. Fine. Even before our parents, this gap was started. But we are the ones that are continuously perpetuating that gap. Because like you were saying, people insulting you, you feeling like you're being insulted by somebody who looks the exact same as you, honestly. And I think all of us starting to be like, oh, it's me versus you. That's really when we start making this gap something bigger than it is.
I think it's more than just that. I feel like it's also like the fetishization of being foreign in general.
Oh, yes.
Like, just that in general, like, definitely. Yeah, like, people just, like, I feel like it's not more, what you were saying, like, when you come to college, you want to learn more about yourself. I don't feel like it's that. I feel like it's more like, well, she said she got these 2 flags in her bio. I want to know what I am, and I want to put flags in my bio, too.
That's
like, stuff
point.
like that. Like, I feel like it's just more, like, fetishization of, like, everyone wants to be mixed. Everyone wants to be, like, well, I'm from here and here, so my child's going to be from here, 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 here. And it's like, why? But it doesn't matter. Like, it's not going to make you any better than the other person. Like, I just feel like it's more fetishization more than trying to learn actually about the culture and about like who you actually are.
So he actually pressing.
So the one up top with the gray with the orange hat, she's just emotional. Like, so I'm just forewarning you. Every time she talks, it's going to be about nothing. Okay, she's just going to talk, and it's never going to like add to the conversation at all. She's just going to talk because she's up there, right? But she really has no value to this discussion at all. It's just emotional talk that really doesn't answer any questions.
I wanted to talk about. So this is from my Black Americans who identify as African American or Black American. Do Black people in America have our own culture? Do we have American? Okay. Okay. That's it. Okay, so y'all. Okay, so I'm gonna go with my one. Like,
so we got let me see. We got Diamond in the building. We got Golden Brown in the building. He just popped up. I think we got Kenta Miller, aka Super High. Said Flintstones and the Jetsons sped up evolution through media. Tiger Crane, Shakir, peace to him. He said, "You tell no lies." FBA updates, news and updates. He says many things about Jamaican EG history as folklore, national heroes, heroines. He says, etc. I had to look up myself. I couldn't. He says, and to an extent, on my parents for that info. Yeah. It's like I said. I understand the confusion. You got the same thing happening with Latinos as far as language. So a lot of Latinos, they come over here, they want to assimilate as Americans so bad, really, to white society, that they don't teach their youth, their children Spanish. So you got Latinos walking around here and can't speak Spanish, a lot of them, because their parents wanted them to assimilate to America so bad. And now that America has basically became little Mexico, little Puerto Rico, and Spanish is at a high demand for American jobs. You got to be bilingual or speak Spanish fluently just to do shipping and receiving, just to pump gas. A lot of these Latinos who can't speak Spanish are like feeling the effects of that. They're like, well, thank you, Mom. I didn't know our language would be a skill set. And now it is. We don't have that skill set because you didn't pass it down to us. Yeah, so there's a lot of confusion when folks immigrate over here and try to assimilate to America. They drop a lot of their history, a lot of their languages, their culture, their practices to assimilate to America, white America, really to please white folks. So they drop their native languages, their native history, their spirituality, everything, just to customs, just to make white people feel more comfortable being around them. That's why I think they do it.
y'all think that Black people in America have culture? So when people say Black people have no culture, that's cap.
The Mandalorian.
They're uneducated. It's stupidity.
A lot of the things that African Americans we say are part of Black culture here kind of did come from Africa. Because if you think about it, I mean, we all come from Africa, right? So, like, our way, you know, to get by, like, we took things from Africa and kind of made it our own as time went on. You know what I'm saying? The white man didn't give us candy yams. We had to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we made things like that our own. But a lot of things, like hip hop, those things came or extensions from Africa. So, I'm gonna ask it again. With that, do y'all think the culture here in America from black people, that's art? That's only art?
I still think it is.
You think so? I mean, yeah. Well, like hip hop did, like that's an American thing, but a lot of the roots, like the beats and all those things, like those come from African culture. Even like the rhythms and all that stuff that came from Africa, in my inspiration. Yeah,
everything came from Africa.
Yeah,
everything, whether it be our culture, like this white American culture, things in Europe, everything came from Africa. Everything. But I think making it like an extension of that, yeah, you can use that as the roots to build something up, but that's still Black American culture. And the thing that irks me a lot about Africans in general.
Hey, yo, these guys are some narcissists, yo. They sat there and said all that stuff is from Africa. They literally said all that stuff is from Africa. All of our culture is from, I mean, in that case, then the whole world, then it goes back to Tariq Nasheed. Okay, then the whole world is African. You dig? Because you want to talk about minerals and all those precious metals and gold that is around the world and being used every day. Then everybody is African. You dig? I mean, it's the stupidest claim ever, man. It's the stupidest claim ever. Hip hop is from Africa, but they don't have no music that can compare to hip hop. Like, our music is a global phenomenon. Their music is just don't leave their tribe. Their music don't even extend to the next tribe. It stays within their local tribe. Not even the next tribe gives a damn about their music, their culture, their clothing, their practices. That don't even extend to the next tribe. Our culture extends globally across the whole entire world. But no, that's Africa. No, it's not. It's FBA. Like these are some sickos, man.
Is Black Americans are so quick to allow other people to enjoy their culture with them. But Africans are so quick to be like, no, it's just ours. Like, I know Black Americans have no problem.
LPs, Ray J. I said Ray J.
I was
Elvis
like,
Wayne, what's good with you, Elvis?
Given to me, like,
I know Elvis not FBA, not with that name.
And
Elvis.
I know they've all experienced African
shout out to
Americans
you,
not being open to sharing their African culture. But then it
Ball
becomes like,
time.
oh, a Black person doing like an African thing, that's appropriation. But we see a lot of African Americans doing Black culture, and nobody has a problem with it. It's not.
Well, yes, Sharon, they are just getting clean water. Exactly. Mama Deb.
Appropriation, and that's because people don't think Black America has their own culture, but they do, and they're always willing to share it with us. And that's really like what irks me about it, is they're willing to share their culture because they have one, even if the roots of it came from Africa. But Africans are always so hostile about sharing their own roots.
I think maybe it's because like everything, we're holding on to the last few things that we have of our own. Everything that we've ever had has just been taken from us. Like, it's literally snatched from under us. And then it's like,
yeah, but
well, what do I have?
Take it from us.
No, I know that, but I'm saying, like, in our mind, we're just so programmed to say, like, I have to hold on to it because it's the only thing I have left. Because this is all I have left. Like, look.
So Zuz Up, if I'm saying your name right, says, how many of us were kids when hip hop was created? It started at the tail end of disco. Early hip hop used elements from funk and a bit of disco. Facts. I'm glad to see this because it shows all we got is us. That's what I Kick Knowledge says exactly. They teach that in they teach that BS in school to our children. Oh, the African thing. Dude hairline is running. He's funny. Good morning. Mesha says to Mama Dead. The truth is in the movies. Elvis Wayne says. Maxwell Jenkins says, oh, he's saying peace to Mama Dead. Is deeper says, hold on to what? Ray says, why all the tethered females always handsome and opinionated? This dude's funny.
Looking at my country, we went from being so prosperous to where are we now? And it's so sad, but that's just because a lot of things were just snatched from us. Like, give me that. I'm taking this. So I don't think it's like intentional. And at other times, sometimes Black Americans don't want to really understand our culture. Like, they pick and choose what they want to understand. And
Wait a minute. You said we don't want to understand your culture. We pick and choose. Ma'am, we don't give a F about you. Why do we need to learn your culture? You're coming to our country. Yeah, y'all got that backwards. Yeah, you guys feel like you're entitled to a lot of things, but you got that backwards. If we were in your country trying to survive and get employed, gain employment, gain housing, and benefit from tangibles that was directly set for you, yes, we should learn your culture. You're coming to our country. We got tunnel vision. Okay. You come to our country. We got tunnel vision. We don't give a damn about your culture, the Scottish culture, Chinese culture. It's not about like Black immigrants. We got tunnel vision. Like, why do we give a damn as a collective? Maybe one or two might want to embrace or indulge or learn. But the average one of us, especially me, I don't care to learn your culture. I don't need to. Like, why? I don't even hang around Africans to even want to know what your culture is about. You dig? Matter of fact, y'all come over here and y'all embrace our culture. So it's like you wearing, what we would wear, the hat, the hairstyle, the rings on the earrings, the bamboo earrings, everything you're doing is our culture. Now if you wore dashikis every day with a bone in your nose, then we might ask a question or two. But if you come over here looking like us, playing our music, talking like us, all that type of stuff, nah, it's all about our culture.
what they want to learn, if that makes sense. Like, if you offer a Black American African food, the first thing they're going to tell you, oh, it looks weird, or it smells weird, or I would never eat that.
It does look weird. It does smell weird, and I will never eat it. That's true. But it's not just your food. I don't eat Indian food. You dig? I don't eat everything that's new over here. I like what I like, and that's it.
And then it's like, okay, I'm gonna take it back.
Well, why'd you give it to me in the first place? I never asked for it. I'll take it back. I never asked for it. You volunteered this dish. I'm being nice. I'm not gonna say bushmeat, but you volunteered this dish to me. I never asked for this. I eat American food, man. What do you get? Why don't you get that? First of all, you should have asked, was I hungry? And then I would have said, yeah, I might get a sub. You dig? Yeah, I'm about to go get this, go get that. I mean, a burger. But don't just have a dish waiting for me and you from a third world country. That might not work out. I'm saying that's for the average American. That's white or Black. You're not gonna be from another country and we get over there and you have a plate waiting for us. We're gonna all look at that plate with huge skepticism, like, okay, like what type of meat is that? That's exactly how we're gonna think. Okay, what kind of meat is that? You dig? That's what's gonna happen, man. So don't do it. Don't embarrass yourself. Ask us first. Hey, have you ever had African food? Really? You want to try it? It's kind of spicy, or it's kind of this, or kind of like prep us, give us a heads up, intrigue us. You dig? We might say, all right, I'll take a little tiny bit.
I think it's also like a thing of wanting like recognition for something that's truly your own, because like she said, a lot of our culture has just been taken and then people don't even give us credit for it. So I think part of it comes from, we want to have something that everybody knows clearly, like, oh, this is
too funny in the chat.
This is Ghanaian,
I'm trying to be
this
nice.
is Sierra Leonean, or specifically from you, because everything we've had over the time has been taken and nobody even remembers it was ours anymore.
Yeah, I would love to do a 10v1 with all of these diasporan people on the same topics. I just want to be the only FBA. You dig? Let me respond to this garbage. I was like, why are you giving me a plate of your cultural dish? What makes you think I'm hungry? What makes you think I'm interested? You dig? Come on, like what are we doing? Like, what are we doing?
I feel like y'all are confusing appropriation with appreciation, because it's different. Like, we can always give recognition to something where it belongs. Like, that's okay. But like you were saying, you feel like
so I don't care for the
everything's been taken from us. But y'all keep forgetting everything's been taken from Black Americans too. Like, they're fighting.
Yeah, I'm definitely taking that plate to go.
Fighting the same fight that we're fighting.
Right.
Us thinking like, oh, everybody keeps taking our stuff. Right. That's us, like, I don't want to say victimizing ourselves, but that's us being like, oh, poor us, and not realizing that they're going through the same stuff, and like, we're all going through the same stuff. That's, in my opinion, what's keeping this divide going. Like, people can appreciate something without it becoming theirs. And once people, like, Black Americans are sitting here being like, please, we want to learn, and we're like, no. And then that's why they're always like, okay, fine, then I don't want to learn. And then once they get something, they're like, okay, it's ours now. No, Black Americans have literally, like, from my understanding, at least the ones I've surrounded myself, have not taken our culture and been like, it's never been yours. No, even now, like Barrett was saying, they recognize that their culture comes from Africa. They're not saying that it doesn't. They're just saying that we're trying to, like, you know, make it our own, make something for ourselves, because like you guys, everything's been taken from us too. Like me and her were talking about, white people don't see us differently. We should be seeing each other differently.
To add on to a lot of what you said, because I actually agree with you. Like, if you look at the history, I definitely would say, like, Black people in America have their own, they definitely have a culture, because like, I don't feel like Black people in America are given enough credit for what they had to come up from. They were literally like put into another country and dragged into slavery, like you were saying, and literally made a culture of their own, and they literally are not given enough credit for that. So I definitely
go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I definitely
Wait, before you go, let me go. Let me just spill the beans. In our culture, don't give us food if we ain't asked for it. Real simple. Do not give us a plate of nothing if we didn't tell you we were hungry or wanted some of your food. Because even in our own culture, you can't give us just a plate of something. Like, we really care about how your kitchen look. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Some of us care how your kitchen look. And because we couldn't see your kitchen, you dig, we're good. If you got a cat in your house, we're good. If you got a dog in your house, we're good. You dig? We don't know if there's fairy things in there. You know what I mean? Or you got German roaches. Or so a lot of us are really skeptical eating from anybody, including Foundation Black Americans. I'm just being honest, man. I just came back and said, let me just be honest. A lot of us would rather see your kitchen, see your house, see if you got dogs in the house, and that will, cats and rats and roaches, and that will play a part on whether we eat or not. Like Tashi D says, some of us might reject you differently. So Tashi D will tell you right away, like, nah, I'm good. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm past. I will reject you differently. I will say, okay, I'll take it to go. Okay, I'm not hungry right now, but I'll be hungry in about an hour. So you got any plastic or napkins or plates, paper plates, I'll take it to go. That's me. I'm not going to throw it in the trash in front of you. I'm going to throw it in the trash behind your back. But that's just a fact. A lot of us, FBA culture, we don't just take a plate because it's free or it looks good. A lot of us want to know, how do your kitchen look? Okay, and do you have any pets? So let's put that out there. So yeah, that's part of our culture. Don't give an FBA a plate of nothing without first asking them, are they hungry and do they want a plate? And that'll save y'all feelings.
Say that Black Americans definitely have culture. Like, if anybody were to say that, they'd be lying.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that Black Americans can be considered like another. So like, y'all are talking about pig's feet, right? I ain't never had pig in a day in my life, but it's not something that Sudan does, right? Yeah, that's not our own culture. Same way Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, Ivory Coast, Sudan, we're all different. All I'm saying is they're another.
Because I'm telling you, you give me a plate I ain't asked for, that will be a to-go plate. I'm telling, like I said, I ain't gonna hurt your feelings. I'm sympathetic, but that will be a to-go plate for sure. LL says the funny thing about this is Africans have he's in the super chat with Lineage Love $5. He says the funny thing about this is Africans have 1 million podcasts talking about Black Americans, but then say FBAs say that FBA main characters, we have main character syndrome. Right. We're xenophobic, and all they talk about is a Tether Dream. I looked at Tether Dream channel. All of his videos is about Tariq Nasheed, FBA, Black Americans. Every last video is about us. He's unsuccessful talking about what's on his heart naturally. He's a failure talking about what's on his heart. But he would really like to talk about, he's a failure at that. These guys cannot thrive without FBA in their titles. And it's all good because you're helping to promote what an FBA is. So much so that this is happening. Look, you're promoting FBA so much. Look at this. Hold on. Look at this. Look what you helped do. Because you're promoting FBA, even in hatred. You're promoting FBA so much. Look what you just helped do. You got the most racist people saying FBA.
Well, I write about this a little bit in my book, Mugged, about racial demagoguery, and also in Adios America about immigration. And that is, the important point he should have made is that the entire purpose of affirmative action, set-asides, civil rights laws that limit constitutional rights to freedom of contract, freedom of association, all of that was to make up for the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow. So unless these benefits are going to, roughly define foundational Black Americans, the descent.
We and y'all haters, we together got right-wing, alt-right, suspected white supremacists, suspected racists, calling us by our delineated term, FBA. We got a so-called white supremacist, alt-right, alleged racist, identifying us by our delineated term, foundational Black American. That has to hurt. Because Tether Dream is a Black conservative. I don't know if you know that or not. He's not a Pan-Africanist. That gotta hurt. Because you're not FBA, you're not FBA. Well, your queen just called us FBA. One more time. And she's gonna say descendants. She's gonna call us FBA and ADOS. Watch this.
Black Americans, the descendants of.
There you go.
Unless these benefits are going to, roughly define foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves. You've taken
the descendants of American slaves. Yeah, she called us ADOS and FBA. I know that hurts. That hurts. One more time. That hurts. I know you got to tell this out here.
So unless these benefits are going to, roughly define foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves, you've taken away the whole purpose of this.
That has to hurt.
So to make the point that Kamala isn't a foundational Black American, I'm always pointing out to Black people.
She acknowledged, she helped us delineate. She said Kamala is not a foundational Black American. One more time. Thanks, Tethers, for putting FBA all in your titles, because now you got people that's like not in the know. Like, what the hell is FBA? And they're clicking the links and they're watching the videos like, oh, thank you, fools. So y'all helping us change that form, right? Where it says Black, African American, because now they're understanding what FBA is and they understand the purpose is to delineate, to distinguish Black Americans from Black African immigrants. So on that form, you're going to see Black, African American, that's for first gen, second gen, or just immigrants. And you're going to see foundational Black American or ADOS, and that's going to be exclusively just for us to check the box. Like you had Native Americans, Hawaiians. Well, that's going to be thank you for your titles, FBA, ADOS. Thank you.
You notice Indians are getting all the good diversity jobs? What do we do to Indians? We didn't enslave them. Most of these immigrants coming in, most are from 90% of legal immigrants are from the third world. And mostly we've just run around saving them from earthquakes and tornadoes and coups and starvation. You know, they owe us, we don't owe them. But to switch from the concept of integration and civil rights for Black Americans, not only to point out to Black Americans that their history is being stolen by immigrants, but unless these benefits are...
Their history is being stolen by immigrants. This is a right-wing, alt-right, far-right, alleged, suspicious, or suspect, white supremacist suspect.
Not only to point out to Black Americans that their history is being stolen by immigrants, but unless these benefits are going to, you know, roughly define foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves.
African Americans built this nation.
Now we got to update Trump. He's still saying African Americans, but you see how he's using it though. He said built this nation. He's saying foundational. Okay.
Built this nation. You know, you're just starting to get real credit for that. Okay, I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to get, you built the nation. We all built it, but you were such a massive part of it. Bigger than you were given credit for. Does that make sense?
You dig? Thank you for putting FBA ADOS in your titles. You helped us signal boost. That's your word. You helped us signal boost the message. Okay, thank you. So we just need that language in President Donald Trump's mouth, and it's a wrap. Okay, but thank you. So the message, so you guys were putting it in the title to disrespect us. But it didn't work out that way, did it?
What's the word I'm looking for? Like another constitute of that. Like Sudan is different, you know, Sierra.
And family, now we are 50 likes away. All right, come on now, y'all in the building. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate your attendance. But let's like the video. Thank you.
Sierra Leone is different. Black America is different. That's all I'm saying, because like there's stuff that they have that I don't have in my culture. Right. We don't eat pig's feet. We don't actually. You guys probably have more in common in your cultural foods than you do with Sudan.
Right, because most of the slaves come from West Africa.
Right, and that
Laura Mall said the tethers on TikTok can't get any views unless they talk about FBAs. And he said FBAs, they're blocking them. Play it again. I'll play it again in about, give me about 15 minutes. I'll play it again. But yeah, it's there. So we thank you guys for putting FBAs in your title, because it's reaching its way to, you know, Fox News and all these places. So the liberals, we don't expect them to say it, but yeah, this is interesting. All we need is Trump to just adopt the language. It's a wrap. Cause y'all gonna have 3 years. If Trump adopt that language this year, y'all gonna have 3 more years of your standing president saying foundation Black Americans or ADOS or descendants of slaves, right? It's a wrap. But he's getting there, because that we built the country thing, the foundational part, yeah, that's in his mouth. Pause.
That doesn't happen in East Africa. Also, East Africa is predominantly Muslim. Yeah. So there's that other like difference between us, like that religion, love of religion, like we all have that. Yeah, but you guys share a religion.
Right, Mama Deb. Yeah, Trump said other stuff too. I was just playing the foundational part because I know that hurts them more, because they hate the word foundational. So when he said we built the country, he literally just said foundational.
Slightly, and you know, Muslims from Africa don't usually share religion with Black Americans.
Well, of course,
Black
DC.
Americans are predominantly Christian. Right. So like, there's so many more commonalities between you guys that you guys don't even know how to, like, a lot of people don't address than there is between West Africans and East Africans.
Carlos Maggis.
I think it's also important to note that like we tend to like
Pinky
generalize Africa a lot, like, and it's just important to realize like every different area of Africa is completely different. Like East Africa is different from West Africa is different from South Africa is different from North Africa, and even within like West African countries, there's something like we eat different types of foods. Like you were saying, like
somebody highlighted American slaves, not African. I'm telling you, man, y'all are in y'all hate and in your denial, your denialisms. You're helping to signal boost our message in a positive light. Okay, not negative.
Africans eat like pig's feet and stuff like that.
Pig's feet,
I've never had chitlins, none of that. Like I literally, we're just like, we're all different, and so it's just like.
Did you have anything to say, Oscar?
Yeah, two things. So first, I want to tackle on to something you said a little bit earlier. You said that like you thought like something about like African Americans trying to like hang on, like if they're getting moved to another country, they're trying to like not so much as create their own culture, but take like remember what they have from like being in Africa. But I think you have to take into consideration when your family is snatched from where they're living, you can't like you're not thinking about what can I remember.
Okay, so it's a little bit of truth there, but it's ambiguous truth. When they say when your family is snatched, trust me, he's speaking from the context of what Unc tried to lie about. That Europeans snatched us out of Africa, unbeknownst to Africans. So it's a half truth. So that's why if I was there, I'd say, brother, who snatched us? And you'll hear him say, Europeans, the white man. And you got to correct him like, no, your God snatched us because Africa is their God. Pan-Africanism is a religion. All right. Your God snatched us. Okay.
From where I just was, like you're thinking about like I'm here now, it's just us, we have to come up with something so that we can have something to rely on. And that's where I think that comes in with like black people, like African Americans or like black Americans having their own culture. Like we had to create something from scratch because we were literally giving nothing. And then so I think again like just that concept of like us, what you said about like appreciation, I think that's what we're doing. And then back to when you said how like you try to understand and appreciate that culture, but it's like when you're met with hostility, you don't want to like come face to face with that hostility anymore. Because like for me, my first roommate here ever was African, and now he's like my best friend, like on the male side of things. So it's like it just depends on who you encounter. And then secondly, with the like culture crisis, I think that's what happened when we were moved here. And I think I had to go through that when I first got here because I was like, wait a minute, like people are like now really genuinely appreciating African culture because where I'm from, they're like, oh, you're from Africa? Oh, you're a piece of shit. Like you're not nothing.
Yeah.
So I think someone from like Southern Virginia, and then coming to VCU, and they're like, it's like you actually appreciate and respect, and like there's pride in that. I think that's
really
what I
a lot
had,
of pride.
Like yeah, and it's like I had like a culture crisis. Like, well, where the fuck am I from? What the fuck do I do? I was brought here, and while we do have a culture, it's like okay, but it's not like I want to know where I'm from in Africa because I'm trying to put up a fucking flag in my room. Like, no, it's more like I want to know like my history. I want to know like where were we before like shit hit the fan. That's where it's kind of coming to.
Right.
But I think from your perspective, it's like, oh, they're trying to like appropriate our culture. Like, and I get that. I can see why you think like that. And I, like that's another thing is like parental upbringing. It's like if your parents are telling you go hate them, they're your parents. You're not gonna, as a child, like you're literally becoming, like you're soaking up what your parents are teaching you. So I think it's all about like parental upbringing, and I think that's when you need to have the conversation with your parents. And I think that's probably the biggest thing that contributes to this divide is our parents and how they have created a divide, and we're only enhancing the divide.
And it's up to us in this room, you feel me, to flip that.
Right.
Like it's really up to like we're at the age now where there's no excuse.
Right.
There's absolutely no excuse. If like we have to find a way, and that's what this whole like panel is for. We have to find a way to come to some sort of understanding and common ground to like put down our pride as Black Americans, as African Americans, as
See, now that right there to me is disrespectful. They're acting like we're even. Like we're not, it's uneven. We are in our own country. We don't have to compromise at all. Like what benefit do we get from compromising? Because we know what benefit African immigrants get if we side with them and dealt with them and their shenanigans. But what is our benefit for a few small portion of African immigrants siding with us or compromising with us? Like, what do we gain from that? Absolutely nothing. And why are we compromising? Like, what is the confusion? They don't even understand the confusion. The confusion, and it might have been stated already, but the confusion is the lack of respect, the lack of flowers coming into our homeland and not acknowledging or caring to acknowledge or learning what we've done for this country, and just the respect. Just respect and flowers. That's it. That's all we care about. Respect and flowers, and you go about your way. As long as you're legal, you dig respect and flowers and go about your way if you're legal. But they're thumbing their nose up. They're coming here thumbing their nose up because they said their parents told them that we weren't SHIT. We're beneath them to stay away from us. So y'all coming to the country like that, ain't no compromise. Ain't no solidarity. Ain't no union between us. Y'all stay over there and y'all small numbers, and we'll stay over here compared to y'all in large numbers. We're not even. We're 43 million deep. You dig? No, and there's no. This is a get down and lay down thing. You dig? They're just that simple.
Africans put down our pride, and really, because at the end of the day, shit isn't easy here,
business for
for anyone of color. So we have to put down that pride, and this is a perfect place to do it because we go to a school where, we have whole African student unions, we have whole Black student unions. We can literally have these conversations on a large scale basis if we wanted to.
Right.
If we
have the conversation on a large scale basis, like I think they don't understand the basis of the conversation. It's the disrespect that African immigrants have towards foundational Black Americans. Like that's all the conversation is about. The lack of flowers and the lack of respect and the disrespect. Like, what are we talking about, man?
If we realize how big of an issue it is and we came together.
It's not a big issue. Like, we understand they didn't want to respect us. They didn't want to give us flowers. So we said, okay, stay over there. We're going to draw the line, delineate. We solved that problem so fast. We said, okay, y'all don't want to give us flowers. You don't want to respect us. You don't want to learn anything about us. Cool. Draw the line. Stay over there. We're over here. And they've been crying ever since.
You know what I'm saying? So this is the first step. But I agree a lot because my pops is from, he's from the Bahamas. So I've always had that culture, like, to hang on to, you know what I'm saying? I can say I'm Bahamian, you know what I'm saying? I'm Bahamian, I'm Caribbean, all that. And I was raised as such. But for African Americans who their mom came from Norfolk and their dad came from, like Nova or somewhere, like Americans, it's like, okay, well, I'm Black. I know that back 500 years ago, we didn't originate in this country. So it's like there's like a kind of like a longing for belonging. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah, why is everybody looking at him like he is the truth center? Like, dude, what are you talking about, bro?
It's like, where do I come from? You know what I'm saying? And
that's not a question that we have asked, right? That's not a question that we're waiting for an answer for. No, we're American. We're Foundation Black Americans. We're ADOS. We come from this country. That's where we come from, man. That's it.
When you're younger, of course, you don't care about that stuff. You know what I'm saying? You don't care about that stuff. It's like, oh, they're different. You know what I'm saying? And I think a lot of it too.
Black African immigrants are under the impression that we're lost, and we're trying to figure out where home is. Like they come here under that impression.
Is Black kids wanted another Black person to put down because they were always put down as Black kids. So it's like, well, I'm American and they're African. So it's like, we'll laugh at them to prevent us from being laughed at. You
hear this projection? So look at this guy. He said that we attack African immigrants as a defense mechanism toward from white supremacy or systemic racism. So basically, hurt people. Yeah, this is a crazy projection.
You know what I'm saying? It's like they talk different than us. They dress different than us. Okay, well, African beauty, you know what I'm saying? It's like it was like a mechanism to like kind of like cover up that.
Again, I don't even recall more than one African person in my entire middle school, dude. What are you talking about, bro? I don't recall more than one African person in my entire middle school. And you had a few Jamaicans that you can identify as Jamaican or Caribbean. I'm sure others they just blended in. They just assimilated where we couldn't tell that they were not Caribbean, but there were some Caribbean people that clearly stood out, and they stood out by wearing high waters. They stood out by wearing penny loafers and lumber jackets. You dig? That's how they stood out. All they had to do was just wear pants that fit and sneakers. You dig? And we couldn't even tell if they were non-FBA.
Insecurity of being a Black American and white kids putting us down. You know what I'm saying? So
his assessment is that we are insecure. Again, it comes back to blame FBAs. We are insecure, so therefore we are the most confident people in the world. Okay, when you ask like other women, like women from other races, why they date foundation Black American men, they usually say because of our confidence. Even though some of us live in our mother's basement, when it comes to dating, we are confident as hell. We're confident like we got Diddy money. You dig? People who live in shelters, they'll get out there and try to get a girl number. Like we are some of the most confident people in the world, bro. Insecurity is not something that we're like really dealing with, bro. Stop.
that, is, but at this point, we're grown. We have an understanding that we were kids. You know what I'm saying? We have to find ways to heal over time. And it won't take a day. Please. It'll take time, but we have.
He says, so ignorant. Why would you come to the land of lost people? Where we at? To have a better life unless you came here to steal things. Well, some of them don't even consider this is our homeland. So they believe they're coming to white America land. You think some of them don't believe that.
Have to realize there's a bigger problem here. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, we're here. We can't change that. We can't change where our parents are from. We're here. We're struggling. We're trying to make it. You know what I'm saying? So we got to come to understanding.
So I'm just going to talk about my experience in our group chat when we were talking.
I told you, when she talks, it's usually about nothing. Okay? Just emotions. Let's see.
This conversation previously, and I was like, well, why can't I claim where, like, so I was like, I said, if I were to do the research and actually like get a DNA test done and get all this stuff done and found out where I was from, why can't I like claim like, well, I am this? And someone was like, no, you can't claim that. Like you can't claim that because you are not from there. Like, that's what they told me.
I think like, the term is like, you're too far removed.
Yeah, I'm too far.
Can she just finish? Damn, dude.
They exactly said that I was too far removed to be able to identify with that, even though that's where my DNA says I'm from, right, and my lineage says I'm from, but they said I cannot claim that. So I was like, that's the first time I've heard from.
No, that's not why. It's because of the image I showed. There's not enough of that in you. 22% Nigerian in you don't make you a Nigerian. That just means you have a little bit of Nigerian in you. That's just a fact. 14% of Congo doesn't make you a Congolese woman. All right. It just says you got a little bit of Congolese in you. You dig? 5% of Ivory Coast don't mean you're from the Ivory Coast. It just means you got a little bit of Ivory Coast in you. And 23% of Irish in you doesn't mean you're from Ireland. It just means you got a little bit of Ireland in you. And all of that combined makes you FBA, right? There you go. That answers that question.
Anyone that I could be able to research it and then be able to wear the clothing or wear whatever or do whatever.
My personal view on that is I don't think anyone has the right to tell you what to identify as. Like, if you found out that you're from this and you want to learn more about the culture and wear clothing from that culture or do those things, nobody has the right to tell you no. Like, if you want to start, I don't know the word for it, but really.
The word for it is lying. Okay, the word for it is lying, lies. That's the word. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? So I just can go grab a Nigerian flag and eat some Nigerian food and I'm just Nigerian. Like, come on, man. That's the whole I put on a dress. I'm a woman now. Type of logic. Like, come on, stop.
Living that and everything, you should be able to do that.
Yeah, which is what I believe too, but I didn't want to
believe too, but
the one to tell you like, well, I think I should be able to do it, because that would be like, if it was
Yeah.
like, if a white person was like, well, I'm like 2%
Yeah.
this,
see what
I'm
you're
gonna be able to
I feel
say
that.
it closer, it would be wrong. So I didn't want to like overstep my boundaries with that.
I
It was
see
more
what
of a
you're saying.
hypothetical than anything, but like, it just was no one. All like, it was not just one person who said that. It was multiple people who were like, yeah, you can't do that. Like,
I
you
was one
can't.
of them.
Yeah, it's common sense. That's common sense. It's common sense to know you can't do that. Okay. It's common sense to be 14% something or 14% involved in something and realize you don't represent the whole. Like that's common sense. So TJ new in the building. TJ says the audacity coming to our country and saying we need to learn their culture. What the hell? Yeah. What the Halle Berry. Right. When they said that, when they said, hey, you're not trying to learn our culture, I'm like, what? Wait, why do I need to learn your culture? You're in my country. Why do I need to learn your culture? Like, yeah, like I'm telling you, man, they come with those attitudes, bro. And that's why they get the jokes at them and at an early age. You dig? Coming here saying, have you ever been, you asking a 7-year-old, have you ever been to Nigeria? Have you ever been to Africa? They're looking like, no, like with a disgusted face, like, no, what the hell would I want to go to Africa? Oh, no, Africa's great. And living in their city, going to their school, yeah, Africa's great. You could pick up, fruit off the ground and eat it. It's healthy. The worms in it is nutritious. 7-year-old looking like, ew. You dig? And oh, mom, she said ill. She said ill. She didn't like it. TNJ says they act like learning their culture will help or assist Black Americans' causes. Well, they believe T and J. Wait a minute. Taj. I don't have my glasses on. Taj. They believe that we're long lost Africans, and it's a privilege to learn who we were. That's why he's saying, hey, I got this food. Eat this. This is what you used to eat thousands of years ago before you were stolen, the language they use. That's what they think. But let me give Taj a lineage wrench. All right. So here you go, Taj. You are now a moderator. I give you a lineage wrench. Just give me a lineage like on the video and a subscription. And tune in the mornings, and I'll try to go evening some days, not every day.
One of them. I'm like, you can't
It's hard
do that.
to see.
Like, but then at the same time, like, you got to kind of say it like, well, it makes me happy.
Yeah, Mesha, she said they'll say how great Africa is, but won't ever go back. And we just played a video yesterday of 3 African immigrants that was so proud of Africa, and they all made up excuses why they won't go. I mean, it was just embarrassing for Pan-Africanism. We got Tamat, the Assyrian, says, is African reverse the pole? They African cannot have access to my destiny. Okay. Todd says, thank you. I got you, brother. I'm watching from work. All right. Well, I'm glad we could entertain you at work. That's the goal of the podcast. It'd be some type of learning experience and entertainment. And I try to get people on the platform to, not always got to be an op, but opposition is fun.
Happy to see you do that, but then again, I can't do it for
So,
real.
yeah,
Like,
so
so I'm like halfway. Like, how do I halfway?
So like,
do
where's
that?
the line with that though? Because like,
Yeah,
like you said, like a white person can be like, oh yeah, I'm like 5% black. So
I was about to
say
say,
nigga,
exactly.
Like,
Exactly.
You can't,
Exactly.
Because you're still white. So like,
where is the
yes,
line?
Yeah, that's
like,
that's where I
it's
want
like-
to know, like, where the line is to be able to say, like, I wasn't ever going to like try to dress up in the clothes and do all of that. I just wanted to know and be like, well, I'm African American, but far like ago, my mom or whatever was whatever, and be able to know.
I told you, when she talks, she makes no sense. She don't add any value to the conversation. It's just make believe stuff. Now she's African American. I guess she's foundation Black American, but she wants to embrace her long lost history, being an African.
Like, that's where my heritage was from. But like, people were making it seem like I couldn't do that because I was too far removed.
I feel like saying like you know where you descended from is different from like you learning yesterday
that you have like 50% Nigerian in you and be like, I'm Nigerian, you know what I mean? At least that's where I was coming from. Just people
but
who like
Nigerian,
yeah,
like,
but it's like you're not, if that makes sense. It's
but
like
if you're 50%.
No. Like, sorry, genetically you are, but culturally and who you are is not. Like being African is like a part of you. It's something you're raised in. So it's like, okay, like me for example. I'm Sierra Leonean, but I'm also Senegalese from Senegal. Like my family is from there, but I wasn't raised in Senegal culture. Yeah. I wasn't raised up like that, so I can't claim it and say I'm Senegalese when I really don't really know much about it. Like I can look up online and I can try their food and I can be like, okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so genetic makeup and cultural makeup are
two different things. So it's like, okay, genetically I can claim I'm Senegalese, but me as a person, that's not who I am.
I definitely understand that, but that's not the vibe I was getting when I made that question. And like I even like said that kind of thing too. Like I know I'm not, I didn't come from that, but like I still want to know where I'm from, and I can't say like, well, I am like 50% Nigerian or whatever, but like let's say like my great grandma was like Nigerian or whatever, and they were like, no, you can't claim that, and I'm like, well, what do you want me to claim?
Yeah,
where am I? I can't. I'm not accepted by white.
Where?
I'm accepted by Africans. Where am I?
Where?
Okay, so
I was gonna.
Oh, go ahead. I'm gonna just on that. So like during my freshman year when I was like trying to understand that a lot, the way I kind of like settled on it was looking at it in the idea of like y'all know Darwin, the evolution dude.
Of course.
Who don't know him, bro? I was making sure. I still know how it's like.
All right. I hate when they go somewhere else. All right, let's fast forward.
Right. A lot of eyes as a Black American. So like
because it takes a lot in a person to do that.
Yeah, we're loud. So I do that. So even for example, like that's why me personally, I would never even try to like do that little identity thing to
like find out
your Well, no. I'm just saying.
I would too.
No, be wary though.
Let me order, man. Can y'all shut up?
That's the only why I would
experience, like I wouldn't, because like no matter what that test says, I'm still Black American. And that's the culture I am, and that's what.
Yeah, obviously the test is cool. It just lets you know the different parts of the world that your DNA it represents, and it just shows you like what type of like how you're a foundational Black American. So the test is cool because it shows you how you are a foundational Black American. You have this in you, you have that, and you have this in you, you have that, and you have this in you. That's dope. That's fly. You dig? Because having those different things in you confirms your foundational Black American. That's what makes us that. The ethnogenesis being mixed up with a bunch of different regions, different countries. Okay, let me see. Okay, cool. All right.
That's what my family built on. Like that's me.
Right.
So I'm gonna rep that hard, no matter what type. And then we can like we can rock together. Like you got your culture, I got my culture.
And then it's like, you teach me about you. I'm teaching you about me.
We see each other.
Exactly. So I think that's the disconnect. They don't want to learn about you. You don't want to learn about me, and I don't want to see you. And that's the problem.
I was gonna say
fuck them. Fuck all of them. Besides Oscar. Fuck you too.
What do you think, Rob?
Well, you gotta edit that out, okay?
Go ahead. Looking ahead, as a college student, as a VCU student, how do we begin to close the divide between African Americans and Africans?
These guys, what divide? This is why I like to invite them on. What divide are we closing? Like what gap are we closing? The respect gap?
It really just comes down to coming together and releasing everything that we've learned in the past.
Oh my God! Let me fast forward that.
Because in the same.
Something that earlier was respect. There is no way you can understand anybody if you don't respect them. It's just that simple. I think the
I
moment
just said that. It comes down to respect, man.
that we start respecting each other, not just
Yeah,
as
but we don't have disrespect for Africans, okay? We don't have disrespect for people from the Caribbean, right? It be like, come on, man. I'm in New Jersey. People live in New York. People be having good relations with the Caribbean, and the Caribbean be having good relations with Foundation Black Americans. That's not a problem. It's usually when Africans are in the equation. I'm not being funny. It's usually when Africans are in the equation where the respect is now like, hey, where's the respect? It's usually Africans. Yeah, I mean, like, can I just say it? It goes left when it's usually Africans, and you got your Jamaican tethers and revenues that's sprinkled in there. But the confusion and where it goes left, it usually happens with African immigrants. You dig? For the most part, Caribbeans like respect the culture, respect FBAs and what they're about. Is usually when we contact African immigrants where the confusion sets in as far as how much the respect they should have for us in our country. They feel like this ain't our country. You dig? I don't know Caribbean folks. I never met Caribbean folks that feel like that really, but I did come across Africans and I heard Africans say it that they don't believe this is our country. They believe it's the white man country. We're just, you know, grifters and we're like the white man's pet and we need to come back to Africa, which is our place, and we're just lost. Like that's how I heard a lot of people from the continent of Africa speak more so, and not so much Haitians or Caribbean people. Y'all let me know if that's y'all experience or y'all don't have that experience. You have Caribbean and Haitians talking like Africans. Let me know. But that's my experience.
like different cultures, as like everyone was saying earlier, but I think respecting each other as people. It's getting to the point that divide has gotten so big. It's like, well, we don't see each other as people. We just see each other by like culture, by origin story, by what like where we're from. But I think we need to recognize that we are both human beings and we're both people who deserve respect. And I don't think respect is like this privileged thing. Like you give respect.
Everyone deserves that.
Because
yeah.
I'm gonna respect you regardless if you respect me or not. When you don't respect me, that's your issue. But at the end of the day, me, I just feel like I'm gonna give respect because respect is what I was raised on.
So after you do that, then I would like to talk to your parents, talk to your friends, like talk to them about, have these conversations with them. I feel like these type of conversations like really enlighten people. I feel like a lot of people are very like sheltered to certain things, and like social media has like made people very sheltered to their own community and not try to like venture out. So I just feel like if you are able to, like, especially with VCU being so diverse.
Here she go again. Here she go, man. I'm tired of hearing her speak.
Like I would say, if you experience people from other places, I just want you to talk to them and like tell your experiences and say like what you think, and just like get everybody under the same umbrella for the most part.
The conversations is really helpful because when I was going through that identity crisis in my freshman year, it was a lot. Like I was really at a point like I was like fuck Africans. That's how I felt at a moment in my life. But it took having conversation with close friends like Marielle and y'all in my close circle to really like discuss it and like really break down like that anger that I had.
Yo, my man. So he was F Africa, yeah.
Period. Like so these discussions I think is the way to move forward with it.
Yeah, I think just communication really, like, and being willing to love you because you're different from me, or
communication, right?
And also, since we have that gigantic group chat now, taking the time to encourage people to go to different events like ASU events and BSU events and different events to learn about the different cultures and the different people and opportunities.
So you want me to go to an immigration event, right? And support immigration, right? Okay.
Here, I think that would be great too.
Yeah, waiting on the day the ASU, BSU just collab on one big thing.
What was it?
I'm waiting on the day it happens. I hope it happens soon, like that BSU and ASU come together and like collab on like an event, you know, for this purpose right here. Like right. I wish that would happen, and it's gonna happen. So go ahead.
I think it starts from just like releasing that childhood trauma.
Healing.
Like heal from it. I'm not one to like I feel bad saying it, but like the whole African booty scratcher thing, do you live in huts thing, like we were kids. Kids are mean. It stemmed from ignorance. It stemmed from our parents teaching us the right things. Learn to release, learn to heal, and then open yourself up. Because that's the main thing. A lot of people are not open. So I feel like you need to just learn how to do so and learn about each other.
I literally was gonna say like the exact same thing. The first step is healing from your trauma, and then like having these.
Yeah, trauma. Okay. The kids said you're an African booty scratcher, and that traumatized you, as though there's a definition or depiction of an African booty scratcher. Okay, somebody called me an African booty scratcher, and there's no image behind it. Like white folks, when white people call this stuff during Jim Crow, they got images behind what they call this. Like, so when they said you're this, there was an image to point to. You dig? Yeah, that's traumatizing. But calling you an African booty scratcher with no image, no depiction, no definition, no example of it, it's just a word that means absolutely nothing. Okay, whatever.
Conversations, like talking to people who are different than you, like not necessarily just talking to people in your community, like branching out. Like I think that's really important. And like after that, then it's up to you to make sure you don't pass that on. So just breaking through those traumas.
Yeah, I think I agree with everything everybody else said, and I think one point that we didn't touch on that really needs to be touched on is realizing that like our biggest commonality is that other people don't like us. That's a huge point. Like,
I want to know who these other people are.
I know it took watching 13th, the documentary by Evan DuVernay about mass incarceration, for my dad to realize they see you as black, period. They don't care if you're African here, Leone, Sudan, they don't care.
I disagree with that.
It's all the same thing. We have, I want to say like one common enemy, because that's a little bit extreme.
Yeah, listen, man. Enemy to me is a verb. You dig? That can go to a noun. All right. So yeah, we're not gonna do the big enemy thing where there's the white man, while but African immigrants can say slick shit and do slick shit and be completely opposed to a lot of what we got going on, and they're not the enemy. I'm not. And then don't call us Foundation Black Americans. They want to call us what they want to call us, and then don't act like we built the country, or took our labor didn't help build the country in a significant way. Nah, that's not my enemy. That's not my ally. That's an enemy. To deny our great history and downplay it, and come here with your nose up and say movies made you hate us, you're an enemy. Okay, don't believe the hype. You are an enemy. Okay, like anybody else would be.
But it's kind of the reality of things, everybody else has that perception of you. So once we start to realize, that we can find unity in one another, right, it doesn't matter what everybody else says. And I think that's where all of our problems stem from, is worrying about what everybody else says. When like in reality, we just need to worry about each other.
That was a great conversation. And again, I think this is the first step right here, just opening up and having conversations. Because I learned a lot just now in this past hour talking to y'all. So it's definitely a step in the right direction, most definitely. So give yourself a round of applause. That was a great conversation. Thank y'all again for watching. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, and comment for more episodes of The Lemon Squeeze. Thank y'all so much again for tuning in to
The Lemon Squeeze.
Stay blessed, stay up, have a great day.
What is this?
What did you say about the African Americans?
Well, he said we don't have any culture. When he looks like our culture, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that was funny. So I think he's talking about Burna Boy or Kai Snot, whoever it was, that say we ain't got culture, and they look like a foundational Black American. He said, you look like our culture. Like, how you say we don't have culture, you look like our culture. And these are some hateful bed witches right here.
Wait, hold on. How does that look like? So I want to say something about this because I get that a lot.
Yeah.
Like because we have a lot, because I'm a Nigerian American, right?
Yeah.
And our show is.
Thank you. You're Nigerian American. You're not Black American, and you're not ADOS. Thank you. You said the correct terms. I agree with you.
Predominantly like a lot of Africans on our show. So we have a lot of these kind of conversations.
Yes.
So someone like myself, I would say certain things, I may offend other people. I may say something to offend an African American person, right? And they would now look at me and say, "Well, you look like us. You're trying to look like us.
No,
You're
you
trying to
are one.
dress
You
like
are one of
us."
us. You're American as well, right? You said
I'm American,
Yeah.
but because I guess I'm Nigerian as well, they're thinking I'm trying to look like you guys. I'm trying to talk like you, but I'm American. So I guess the point that I'm trying to make
Yeah,
is
but that American influence is by us, right? So if you, so okay, right. So American is you got American culture and it's diverse. Some of it is white, some of it is Irish, some of it, influenced by Italians, and some of it is influenced by, let's say, Latinos, but some of it is influenced by us, by Foundation Black Americans. So if you're looking like one of us, then yes, you're looking like one of us. We inspired you to look like us. If you got some Latino, culture in you, then you're inspired by them, and you got white American culture, and if you look like that, you're inspired by them. There's no way around it. Like, so American culture is based on different ethnic groups because they are adding to the culture. So if you find yourself looking like one of us, then you're looking like one of us. There's no way around that.
what does an American person look like, and what does an African person look? How is an American person supposed to dress as opposed to an African person? That's what I think.
Yeah, wear your custom clothes. You wear your custom clothes, and you are looking like yourself. Once you take the dashiki off and put on some baby fat farm jeans, I'm being funny, but yeah, when you put on some FUBU jeans, you dig, you're looking like us. All right, let's be clear. When it is certain things that we do. If you look like that, you're looking like us. And white women have their look. You dig? If you put that on, you're looking like them. And Latinas, they have their look. If you put that on, you're looking like them. Like, there's just no way. There's no way around that.
I think
So
it's
you come to America and you take off your African tribal clothes and put on and buy something from American store. You're looking like one of us. All right, one of us three. You're looking like you're borrowing from one of our cultures.
pretty obvious when you look at Black American culture. Like, we do dress, we have a different swag about us, our fashion sense is different. Even with you ladies, you guys are wearing wigs and weaves. Not saying y'all, but I'm saying in general, African women do be wearing that.
Yeah.
I've never associated women in the motherland being a rich, like, I haven't seen that. Y'all
And
usually
even the nails, like everybody know the nails. Y'all call them ghetto nails, whatever. But Foundation Black American women like to wear their nails a certain ways, long in certain ways. Like, that's our look. So if you come to the country of America and you get your nails done looking like that, yeah, you're influenced by Foundation Black American women. All right.
usually present with your natural hair more. I think that aesthetic is
Great
more
point.
a Black American aesthetic. You know what I mean? Like, and that's just me personally. Like I said, I have never, when I looked at the motherland of African women from the motherland, I've never looked at them having all of this makeup and, enhancements and
But they do have cake soap though. They got the cake soap on lock.
surgeries and stuff like that. Like, so that to me is an aspect of looking the part of a Black American woman. Like, you know what I mean? So even how certain Black men,
But also, where did Black American women get that look from? They got it from the Europeans. So that's
No, that's called innovations. I already talked about innovations versus inventions. No, Europeans, that's a bad faith argument. And see, they don't want to concede. They don't want to concede. Say, oh yeah, you're right. It's like, no, we come over here, we look a certain way, and we're not giving nobody credit for that look. And that's why I said it usually the hate usually come from African immigrants and not so much Caribbean, Haitian immigrants. It's usually the African immigrants who are the most disrespectful.
why I feel like Black Americans and Africans are on the same wave.
Where do you think?
Because we're all wearing.
Where do you think the world get most of its fashion advice or sense from or styles from? A Black man walking up and down the block who made his designs or made his appeal. LL Cool J, knowledgeable for rolling his leg up. And this is where I see Burna Boy rolling one leg up.
To hone in on the clip with Burna Boy specifically saying African Americans do not have culture. what did he mean by that? Because African Americans do have culture.
Well, if you ask a lot of Caribbean people or even African people, they question African Americans. There's no war. You get what I'm saying? We want to be respected just as much. Shit, if you let alone, we was
Nigerian has
shipped
no
here
edges.
without our permission. You get what I'm saying? So,
and I think that's where
yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like, so you could say, yeah, FBAs. Well, they're wearing Timberland boots. Timberland boots was made for white men. Yeah, but let's continue talking right there. Timberland boots were made for white men in construction. It was not made for the white man in a fashion sense, just to walk around every day on his day off, going to Walmart, the mall, or on a vacation. It was foundation Black Americans who took that work boot and made it an everyday wear as a fashion statement. That's called innovation. Okay, we are innovators. We are the best innovators in the world. We take something that's irrelevant, insignificant, and we make it a household name. We make it an international, national name. So Timberlands was not like, we could talk about Nike with Michael Jordan. We could talk about Converse with Magic Johnson. We do that. And we could talk about Gucci, Louis, all that stuff. And you could thank Dapper Dan for that. We are bona fide innovators. That's what we do. That's part of our culture, is to innovate, not to copycat.
Confusion comes in because the culture is lost for African Americans. They don't know.
We
shouldn't be attacked. Started here 400 years ago. It came from Africa. So now you got Senegalese culture mixed in. You got Morocco culture mixed in with African American culture. Even just in Louisiana.
Spiritual Vibration says the guys didn't make good points. I disagree. I think they are making good points. Spiritual Vibrations, you're allowed to express your opinion on the show. The panel is open. Do you want the link or the phone number? Speak your mind. We're not going to attack you. We're just going to pick your brain and see why the guys are making good or not making good points. Just pinpoint it. You dig? But Spiritual Vibrations, if you want the phone number or link, let me know and you can join the panel and then express why you feel like that.
Louisiana, gumbo, okra, all that came from West Africa. For them to pick up those traditions and cultures. So that's where they're saying you don't really know where the culture is because it's coming from thousands of languages and tribes and countries.
Oh boy. All right. Here we go.
Shipped all over. We didn't ask African Americans. We should just come together and
I mean,
we don't want them, yeah?
They're your brothers.
Know where we come from.
What are some negative stereotypes y'all heard about Black America from your parents?
Hey, yo, she looking like a hot mess. I mean, she look like a hot mess, and she's on there acting like she's just Donna Summers or somebody.
Africans or Caribbeans, and they have this disdain almost or this disrespect when it comes towards Black Americans, often saying, you don't know where you don't come from, but they would never say that to a Haitian or a Jamaican or a Trinidadian, even though we all came from the same slave ship. It's just different stops. But for some reason, Black Americans or African Americans aren't looked at as a specific culture when Jamaicans are.
Muck says, Muck the general says, Ron, I think he's trying to say they're not challenging them enough. Well, they're not trying to be confrontational. You dig? Like the way you let it build up. You let the conversation happen naturally. And I do that here. I let it happen naturally. And then the denial, the delusion, the disrespect, you dig, the lack of wanting to get flowers and acknowledge truth, it builds you up to spaz. You dig? And that's how I get crazy on some folks. But yeah, you let it build up. You want to show consistency. See, if you snap or be hard too early, they'll say, "Hey, it's you. Like you're the reason why the show ain't go right." And it went left. That's why, like you show consistency. You say, "Hey, look, this person is consistent with bad behavior. Don't want to accept facts." Like Unc. Like when Unc came over, he was out of control, and I maintained my composure. I didn't go out of control with him. I wanted to just make a point. Like, yo, this guy is wild. He's all over the place. And look at me, laughing, not one anger angry bone in my body. Yeah, so sometimes people want us to play the villain to make up an excuse why the message shouldn't be the message. So sometimes we got to do this politically correct approach sometimes.
Haitians or whatever, Antigua, like all of them are looked at. Nobody questions their culture,
So
and the fact that we always have to answer our culture or is being
Defend it.
questioned by people that look like us. You know what I mean?
Now, look how aggressive these women are. And nothing he says, they say, okay, I see that. Everything is just a rebuttal, rebuttal, rebuttal.
I mean, it's very disrespectful, and especially when we have built a unique culture within America. And I think, unfortunately, the media does a good job at portraying only the negative stereotypes. It's just like when we were growing up, the stereotypes that we seen of Africans was the flies on the face. I didn't have this, that, and the third. So that's what we saw. So of course we had a negative perception. But you know, we see as now 2025, 2024, we still seeing that narrative push that don't go to.
So spiritual vibration said, not right now. I am in public. LOL. I felt the guys could have made better points regarding FBA example, how these people tether onto FBAs for selfish reasons. It is a one-sided connection. Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. So I think somebody was right representing your views. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah. And I don't like that either. I don't like the kid gloves. So yeah, so I believe I would give them a break because I think people have worse kid gloves than them. Like I'll tell you, Mark Lamont Hill, when he argues on behalf of Foundation Black Americans, it's with kid gloves. When what's the other guy? Cornel West, when he argues, it's with kid gloves. When he represents Foundation Black Americans, it's with kid gloves. So I agree. I hate the kid glove approach. There's nothing wrong being strong, stern, and passive, like a Malcolm X, like a Tariq Nasheed, like a Dr. Khalid Muhammad, like a Minister Louis Farrakhan, even though he's from the Caribbean. But it's nothing wrong with being strong but passive. You dig? Yeah, I got what you mean. Now, I believe they had some of that in them, But yeah. They could have been more hardcore on our points. Like they're on the defense too much, and they're not on the offense.
Those Black Americans, they ratchet, they ghetto, they don't got no culture, which is just, to me, is very disrespectful, and it is a slap in the face. Like as somebody who's Black American.
Let me ask you something. What country in Africa are you from?
I'm from America. That's what we're saying. Just like a Jamaica, just like a no, hold on. Just like somebody from Jamaica, they're not going to say what country in Africa they from. Somebody in Haiti is not going to say what country from. They're going to say they're Haitian.
Because they were closer from, what is it called, the triangular slave
but
trade.
Then when you ask them that question, they're not going to have a definitive answer.
That's because they're already in their own community of Caribbeans, the Haitians, Jamaicans. They're all like in one bowl. But
Black Americans are in their own bowl as well.
The
Like that's
reason why I
that's
asked
what I'm
that,
saying.
that's
Why
why
are we getting questioned?
That's why Africans feel that way, because they feel like because you don't.
Yeah, I got your link, Aspiring Heights. I clicked it. Okay, so here we go. We don't have a homeland. Let's listen to this.
Know where you come.
Questioned.
That's why Africans feel that way, because they feel like because you don't know where you come from, which is not by fault by Africans.
We know where we come from. We come from America.
She said it's not our fault by Africans. So you didn't sell anybody. Right? Yeah, I didn't sell anybody.
Just like
I guess it's just more
come from Jamaica. Like, what is the difference?
I think it's just more relatable from an African to see another African and be like, oh, where you come from? Oh, I'm from Ghana. I'm from this place. And they know so much about their culture because they do this, and this. So I feel like that's why they feel like you know so much about.
So family, she's intentionally acting like she doesn't understand what the brother's saying. So it's not that she's not getting it. Like he can't. If I was on there, if Tariq was on there, if Tone Talks on there, she would act like she didn't get it. Family, they don't want to get it because they want us to be lost tribes of Africa. You dig? That's what they want us there. They want us in a perpetual limbo, right? Just lost Africans. Can't find their way home. We have a custom, we have a culture, we have a country, okay? And we have an ethnic identity, which is FBA.
About your culture in Africa. So that's what they're like, well, Americans don't know, because honestly, you guys don't know.
She said we don't know, but she's calling us Americans. Okay.
When Africans come to America, they're busting their behinds to get degrees, become doctors, lawyers, and stuff like that. So when
Okay, here we go lying again. We're talking about hyper selectivity. We're talking about high selectivity. Don't do that.
Africans look at African Americans, they're like, these people have credit cards. We don't even have credit cards. These people are not even working. And
Okay, she's talking about hyper selectivity. Okay, so here we go with the lies. Okay, so let me explain that. So she's comparing Africa's best elite educated class. This is their top 5% that come over here. So what she's describing, that's true. Those Africans got loans, they got homes, they got high educations, they're doctors, they got doctor degrees, they got money, they got wealth, but they represent the best Africans of Africa. They are the top 5%. They are their elite status. They're elite. They're elites. They're elites. That's not the everyday African. The everyday African use the bathroom in the streets and eat bushmeat and live on go to the bathroom and they live on floating slums. Okay, so that 5% that's rich or highly educated, they don't represent the masses. Just like Jay-Z, just like let's say Floyd Mayweather, they don't represent or they don't represent the masses over here. Like their wealth doesn't represent us. It doesn't reflect that we're rich sitting on yachts as well. Okay. So, but what she's doing is a bad faith argument. That's like us saying, hey man, Jay-Z, yeah, Oprah Winfrey, man, we are doing well over here. We're running laps around Africa. Look at Oprah Winfrey. Like we could make that same argument. And we're gonna crush them. If they compare their elites with our elites, we'll crush them. But they're trying to compare their top 5 elites that are sent over here to represent their countries to the whole of Foundation Black Americans. This is what Revenue tried to do. This is what Tethered Dream tried to do, and I cooked all of them. That's a bad faith argument. Is disingenuous. Is disingenuous.
and we come here and we busting our asses, and now we're doing this. We're now 6 figures, and these people have all these years to become all these great jobs and careers. And
okay, you had all those years too, and let me not mention that their education in their country is damn near free. Our education costs the most. Turn light off. Yeah, our education costs the most. You dig? So you're comparing easy access to education, and then you're comparing to how difficult for us to access education. Like this is a bad faith argument. And then your elite come over here. Don't do that. Close it. Your elite comes over here. If an average African come over here, they are poor, and they're living in Minnesota somewhere. You dig? Doing horrible, scamming, scheming. Okay, matter of fact, let me show you an average African that comes over here who's not part of the elite squad. Let me tell you what they end up doing in America. All right, she's trying to frame this crazy stuff. Okay, let me share with you what the average African does when they come over here and they're not part of that elite squad, that hyper selected squad. Let me share what they end up doing in America. Okay. All that hard work goes out the window. I got you. I got you. They want to try to rewrite history. No, not on my clock. Not on my watch. Here we go. Okay, is that one? That ain't the one I want. That ain't the one I want. Here we go. Yeah.
$5,000. Don't play yourself.
I first heard about Ramon Abbas when he was arrested. It was a pretty big international news story. He was arrested in Dubai, and he was very quickly extradited to the U.S.
Okay, look, that look right here. Wait, it's a perfect thumbnail.
And he was very quickly extradited to the U.S.
Right here. This is what Africans end up. This is their fate in America when they're not highly selected, hyper selected, to be the as part of the elite class. That's doomed. That's like the elite class. Of course, they can be successful. Can you imagine our elite class going to Africa, Jamaica, or Haiti? Come on, man. We'll turn those countries around. So, but this is what they end up doing when they're not part of that elite class, and most of them are not part of that elite class. They end up doing scams. Okay, this is their future in America.
Ramon Abbas, also known as Hush Puppy, was responsible for a number of business email compromise scams.
But what he was most known for was being an Instagram influencer. He built a following of millions of people, and it was always very mysterious where his money actually came from.
Mysterious where his money came from. And that's why we have issues with Anton Daniels, all these fake gurus, these fake millionaires. It's like, where you get your millions from? Like, why is it so hard to pinpoint where his money's coming from? So, family, when you are watching an influencer or some fake content creator on YouTube, and you can't see where the money is clearly coming from, most likely they're scamming. Okay, it shouldn't be that hard. Like, so for example, like DJ Academics, he has contracts with, businesses, like, and it's they're public. Joe Button, public contracts. You see where the money's coming from. Gilly, Kai Cenat, you see where the money's coming from. But then you have people where you like, where you come from, like you're not a celebrity, you're not an ex-NFL player, you're not an ex-NBA, you're not an ex-entertainer, artist, nothing. Like, how you become rich? These are the people that's going to be scammers. So like him, like they couldn't pinpoint where his money was coming from. This African tether scammer. All right. So miss me with all that hard work talk.
They're not doing anything. I'm just saying this is what they're saying. Yeah, this is the conversation. It's like, y'all have all this time to get free money, free loans, and we don't.
Okay, she's lying. No free money, free loan. So we're gonna disrespect the legacy of slavery, Jim Crow, redlining, housing discrimination. Matter of fact, ask her. This is what I would ask her. So now I know. So so they're not the most qualified on this topic, but I like this show. It's entertaining. It's not the most educational show because they don't claim to be like researchers. I actually claim to be a researcher. I actually claim to be a YouTube journalist, okay? Investigative journalist. I claim to do that. I claim to debunk misinformation. So I make those hardcore claims. They don't. So that's why I don't expect them to go as hard. But when I'm over here, guys and gals, you got to expect that over here because I claim to be a debater. So when over here, yeah, you should expect harder questions, harder pushback, and things like that. And that's why I broke down hyperselectivity. Those guys don't know nothing about hyperselectivity, hyperselection. So I would have killed her immediately. And then I would have asked her, hey, sis, what was the civil rights movement about? She would have been quiet. It'd been crickets. It's like, okay, so all those things you're saying we should have access to, the civil rights movement was saying we were being denied all those things you're saying we should have access to. The whole movement was about what you're saying we should have. We agree we should have it, but it was systematically taken from us. It was blocked out from us for 100 years. Okay, but it wasn't blocked out from you, tethers, coming over here. So you just proved our point. Yes, we should have access to those things, but there's something called the civil rights movement. It was a fight for those to have access to those things you just said, those liberties, those opportunities. But guess what? You guys came over here and muddied the waters and effed it all up. You dig? And other immigrants.
Don't get that back at home.
Yeah, but y'all get that when y'all come here, though.
Exactly. And guess what? We're right here and y'all are still here.
There's a lot of grants and loans.
Okay, so she's lying. They're there. Like they have no communities of success. They have no Fortune 500 companies. They come over here as workers. They come here to help the working class. Stop. Let's stop. They come here as doctors. They don't have no big hospital. Like, let's just stop. Like, this just cap. But you see that's their attitude, and that's why we can never get along with them. They're here. They're there. Look, one more time.
And I'm here though.
Exactly. And guess what? We're right here and y'all are still.
Okay, that right there is why we'll never get along with these tethers, yo. That right there. They're there and we're here. Are you serious? Like, where'd you get that stat from?
There's a lot of grants and loans and different situations.
People from here is not getting them loans that y'all come here and get them.
You said what you just said?
No, I said there's a lot of.
That's the point that they're proving. The people here are not even getting it. So it's like, what are y'all doing?
No, I'm saying the black.
What are we doing? Okay, you see, and this is why it's disrespectful to have these conversations, but they don't even understand what the civil rights movement was about. They're over here because of that, as a result of that, and they don't even understand what it was for. Even Latinos. They're here as a result of the civil rights movement, but don't even understand what it was for. So when you don't understand what it was for, you end up recreating the realities that we fought to end, You end up bringing back at our demise.
People here are not getting them same opportunities that y'all come from y'all Africa and coming here and get. We don't get those.
We're considering not just Africans, everybody, all the other countries are considering y'all as being lazy because it's like, why aren't y'all getting these? Like, why y'all not busting y'all asses to? Y'all should be better than the Chinese. This is y'all Americans.
Yeah.
Y'all should be better than America. Y'all should be better than Chinese.
Yeah, this is just ignorance on display. So systemic racism. That doesn't exist. It never have. Jim Crow was a fake system, according to this bed wench.
Well, coming over here.
My question is, what are the opportunities that you think that we have over?
That's different, right?
Okay, the opportunity you have that you don't have a legacy of slavery, right? Your lineage, your folks didn't experience the Jim Crow racial South. You're in New York. You're in a safe state. You're in New Jersey. You're in Massachusetts. You're in safe states, sanctuary states at that. You said the advantage. You're in a sanctuary state where you could basically commit any crime, and nothing happens to you. The federal government ain't even allowed to deport you. That's the advantage you have. You can commit crimes and don't be deported. Don't be held accountable.
The grants, the loans, the scholarships and stuff.
We're getting more than you guys.
I don't understand what. No, I've never heard of anything.
Are y'all seeing what's going on with the immigrants right now and how the benefits that they're receiving? Yeah, are y'all aware of this right now?
The immigrants were here.
Yeah, all of these immigrants going into like New York and
Chicago.
I've heard about.
Are you aware of the?
What about the hotels we just talked about? They spent $170 billion on hotel. Was it 170 million? I forgot. But let's go to the lower number. They invested you said what opportunities? They just spent $170 million to house you illegals, you immigrants. So you won't be homeless. That's the advantage. We don't get money like that spent on us when we fell. When we fell, we're on the ground. When you fell, government comes to save you.
The benefits that they're getting right now, the free hotels and the free EBTs and all of this.
Getting $500 a week.
Wait, before you
per
continue.
person.
Immigrants.
And what about the licenses that you get from DMVs and MVCs and other driving companies? You get driver license and commercial license, and you didn't even pay. You can't even read English signs. You can't even read signs in English.
Immigrants are you talking about? Because we're
talking about Mexicans.
Yeah, because that's what I see.
Oh yeah, no. Immigrants are immigrants. Okay, no. We ain't gonna do Mexican immigrants. We ain't gonna do African immigrants. No, immigrants are immigrants. Okay, because when something is passed when immigration laws are passed, that's for all of y'all. That's not when immigration are passed. That's not just for Mexicans. When immigration laws are passed, that's not just for Africans or Jamaicans. When immigration laws are passed that favor you guys, all of you benefit. So no, we're not going to start to separate immigrants. You're all immigrants, and you benefit from the same stuff.
I see is like the Guatemalans. That's
The
what I'm seeing.
Venezuelan, yeah, like
We're not talking about them right now.
but
We're talking about
Yeah, these are some disgusting tethers, yeah. Oh my God.
immigrants. But what you just said is that Africans are getting more opportunities than African Americans.
Africans, Caribbeans, yes.
We're not talking about the Venezuelans.
What do you mean, how?
So answer that question. What
America is giving immigrants from other countries, more opportunities that they would give a black man specifically. If you look online, if you go online and search, we go online and search for grants and loans and everything specifically for black men.
Yo, so when I did the live with the Diaspora Wars with the college students from Emory College, okay, a tether on there said the first melanated enrollee in America was an immigrant, an African immigrant. It wasn't even a foundational Black American. So the first melanated enrollee was an African immigrant. It wasn't even a foundational Black American. That's what we're talking about.
Man, there's none.
NAACP don't have. They have plenty of awards and scholarships and
that just shows you how America treats Black people as a whole. It's America.
But that's the point we're trying to get to.
Right. So now you just contradicted yourself because you said, why aren't we taking advantage of these opportunities? And now you're conceding to America is treating foundational Black Americans differently. Okay.
That the reason we're not as far as people come from other countries and get is because
no, I'm sorry. No, this is not to be ignorant because you still haven't answered my question as to what us
You want to know the name of the grant?
Specific grant?
Like, I don't get what you're saying.
Not even just that because there isn't anything specific that
we're doing.
We're receiving.
But hold on.
Because it's under the name of immigration. Okay, you're trying to separate it like, no, we're not talking about the Hispanics or the Chinese. No, it's immigration. You have access to it as well. Like they can't discriminate immigrants. You dig? So that's where they messed up at. Oh no, we're not talking. No, we are talking about them. Aren't they immigrants? Aren't you guys immigrants? Okay, so they don't differentiate immigrants based on race. That's illegal. Immigrants are immigrants, and that you all have access to the same things. Maybe you don't value that particular grant or loan or set aside. And they do, but it's you all have access to it.
Hold on. You have not pointed out any simple, direct way you can know that Black people are lazy, but yet y'all can claim and give us that title. You don't know. You don't know that. This is what
Chinese
you heard.
people give y'all that title.
No. Africans as well. A lot of foreign people or immigrant people are doing that. We're not going to cut the slack. Oh, it's everybody doing that shit to Black Americans.
That is.
But do you know how hard it is? No, listen. Do you know how hard it is to leave your country, our home, Africa, wherever in Africa, to now even get a visa in itself is hard. It's not.
Why you know how hard it is to build America
for free right now, though,
for free and not to get anything? Because you're only speaking from an African perspective.
But if it's so hard, why do millions of people do it every day, every year, every week, every month?
I don't want it to negate from what you're trying to say. Listen,
what is the shit that they give for school
scholarships?
Not the scholarships, but they had and they took away the rights recently.
Affirmative action.
Affirmative action. Look, that's being spread between. That was just supposed to be for African Americans, and they just made that shit for the whole anybody.
But what I don't want to happen is I don't want no one to take away from the hard work that Africans are doing to get to where they are. We're not getting.
We're not doing that. But if you come here,
what is? Wait, hold on. What hard work are you doing to get to America? You're filling out the right way, the legal way. You're filling out applications. Like stop, and you're waiting for your name to be called. What are we talking about? That's like going to the goddamn federal office or whatever city office you go to let's say get a ticket and wait in line, and you fill out a form and sit down and wait in line for your name to be called. Like a DMV or NVC or motor vehicles, like that's not hard work. You fill out an application, you took a ticket, and you sat around till your name was called.
You saying disrespect to African American? Look,
It's literally
Look,
they
can I
are
ask y'all a
working their
question? Y'all know
behind
Hispanic
off.
people, right? If a person doesn't know Spanish, but he's still considered Puerto Rican, right? Don't every Puerto Rican person still claim they're Puerto Rican? They're not. You American Spanish. They don't say that shit. But we got to hear from African people how we're not as black as they are because we were born in America.
Okay.
Yeah, I think when it comes to this conversation, it's just, like I said, it's very disingenuous to say Black Americans are lazy, especially when Black Americans are the reason why your family was able to leave your country and come to a better country and have a better opportunity. And we can't act like some Africans came here because their families were well off. Like, you know what I'm saying? So let's not act like every family was poor.
It's a very small percentage.
No, let's not act like every family was poor. They came over here struggling.
It's Africa. It's a third world country. This is a first world country. So 9 times out of 10, everyone is coming over here.
Yeah, but
hey, yo, look at this dog, this gremlin face when she make that statement. Look how evil her eyes are. Listen. Look, the one on the right.
Poor, they came over here struggling.
It's Africa. It's a third world country. This is a first world country. So 9 times out of 10, everyone is coming over here.
Yeah,
but why don't you just build your country up to a first world country? Why don't all that hard work you just said earlier? Why don't you use that hard work to build your country up so it can become a first world country? Why are you running? So you have some Africans that care to invest in their country and build it up. You guys brag about Ibram Traore. That's one right there. And their surrounding countries, like they're not fleeing. They're trying to build their country up where it can compete with first world countries. They're not fleeing.
What their point is, we're starting from zero.
Literally.
That's what the
Black Americans started from zero.
No point is, we're starting from zero.
Literally.
Okay, they're not starting from zero. They're coming over here and they have access to welfare, whether it's state or federal. Stop lying. And just stop lying.
What the
Black Americans started
no
from
credit,
zero
no
too.
nothing.
Like that's
no,
what I'm saying.
But we're talking about right now. We're coming here with no credit, no nothing, no job.
Neither are we.
Our degrees in Africa or wherever, Nigeria, Ghana.
No, they're giving you jobs. There's hella warehouses and hella manufacturing companies in New York, in New Jersey, that gives work exclusively to you guys. Okay? To immigrants. Stop lying. I had interviews. I've been on jobs where everybody is non-FBA. Where I'm like me and this other guy or this other lady are the only 2 FBAs. Don't make me call my boy on 3-way and get him on his line. Now, I can name companies that still operate like that. All Hispanics, probably illegal as hell. There's like 4 black folks in the whole company. All of the meetings were in Spanish. That's how less of Americans were there. And okay. We had to have whole back meetings so we could get it in English. And it was never like the real meeting because the entire meeting was like 10, 15 minutes, like a real meeting. But the whole back meeting is like 5 minutes. So we never got the motivational speech and the perks of it all. We got just a quick summarized version of it.
We can't.
It's like going to middle school.
We're starting over from.
We don't even have an education system to prosper
but for
from.
you to now sit there and try to say that Africans we're not working as hard or we're getting things easier.
I don't think we're saying that. We're saying we don't appreciate the disrespect.
Oh, I understand
the constant Black Americans are lazy when that's simply not true. Black Americans are some of the most profitable, the richest Black nation on earth. Like, we got the most degrees as a collective. Like, you know what I'm saying? So to come over here and to keep disrespecting us.
I think it's just more so saying some instead of saying everybody.
But you didn't say some when you was trying to paint all Africans as got all these degrees. You ain't say some. You try to group all of them and try to make it seem like all of them are coming over here and prospering when that's simply not true either. Like,
so some Africans who come over here, they do very well more than some Americans. And
no, they don't. Okay, that's a small, tiny percentage of that top 5 elite group. She's lying.
Some Americans, are doing better than some Africans. I think we should just leave it at that. But on the African side, they see it more of a ratio that we're honestly doing well. And
And that's because they don't allow your peasants into the country. You don't get that? I mean, does that not make sense? America is a brain gain country. Okay, your country is a brain drain country. You don't even know that. Yes, America don't take the peasants of your countries. We take the brains of your country. Okay, that's every country. India, China, just name it. We are a brain gain country. Her dumbass don't know what that is.
they just feel like you guys are just not doing much. I think that's the better way to put it.
But that's wrong. You get what I'm saying? You're justifying the wrong. Like, I don't get it.
That's
Like,
wrong. And that doesn't mean that the disrespect has to get there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, because I would say, arguably, if Black Americans was in some of y'all countries, those countries would be way more better than they are today.
And honestly,
right. They will be first world countries.
That's what y'all should do. But it's,
Nah, we ain't trading places. We are like, it's crazy. She's talking about how they level up in a country that we help build. Like, the audacity, man. Can you imagine? I got a Lamborghini, and it takes me 30 minutes to get to work, okay, and back. You know, all together. Let me pick somebody from the chat. I let Breeze Omega borrow the Lamborghini, and I'm getting to work, and I'm accomplishing some things that need to be done. And when I get back, not even work. I'm taking the Lamborghini, and I'm going to do something that's necessary for the household. It takes a half an hour, to get everything done when I go to do it, and I give Breeze the keys. Okay, I give Breeze Omega the keys one day to handle that task because I just can't do it. Maybe I'm under the weather, and Breeze take the Lamborghini and does my task half the time. He does it in 15 minutes. How can Breeze come back and say, "Yo, I'm biased wrong. Yo, I'm better than you. I took your Lamborghini and I handled that task half the time as you." Say, Breeze, but you took my Lamborghini, fool. Now go sit down, because your Pinto ain't going to get there at all. You dig? Or walking ain't going to get there at all. Or the bus won't get there at all. The train don't go that way. That's kind of how they sound. But let's see what the chat says. Chat says, speaking of Breeze, he says, y'all get a social because they don't have social security numbers in Africa. Fort Lang says federal loans and grants, welfare, EBT, free housing, jobs, business loan programs, all under the immigration umbrella. Yeah, they just lying. Scholarships, free driver license, right? Don't even take no tests, and they get a driver license. They have whole scholarships for you if you musty. Breeze says. Will Yesharon says work, job, employment is still labor by definition. Right. What are you talking about? Let's see who else. Fort Lang says these people are crazy. Yes, they are insane because they believe this hatred. What have they built here or home? Nothing. Drama. You did confusion. Robert Brown says the system of government that we used was already here when they showed up. They got democracy and the structure of government from us, the American Indian, the Aboriginal, the commander in chief. Yeah, good point, Robert Brown. Let me make you a mod. Give you a lineage wrench. Good point. They come over here during integration. They act like they came over here pre-integration. They act like they came over here during Jim Crow, but living in the South. They call it the violent South or the deep South, the deep Southern states. Like these guys are really delusional. And now you see there's nothing we can do with them. There's nothing. Shelley says when immigrants came here, they let drive without driver license make sense. When have FBAs done that? Right. When they do it for us? Never. Love Youism says, I just saw that the president signed into receiving 600,000 students from China. Claude Neely Francis Amos said, African Caribbean culture, Japa fleeing jacket, paternity, yeah, fraud, skin bleaching, white identifying, backstabbing, slave selling, giving their resources to foreigners. Why would FBA join them? Wow. Brick City Bandit, peace. He said, I don't trust none of these outsiders, period. It's all political to benefit individual immigrants and private corporation ran by immigrants. Yeah, man. Yeah, they bat SHIT crazy.
People are doing it. It's just on a small scale. So that's, I think it's just more so the scale. Like,
because I like, as a Black American, I don't know what it feels like to have to leave my country to go live somewhere else, because we have fought for everything for us to stay in this country and be able to make a living, not only for ourselves, but for the immigrants that's coming here. So I can't relate to leaving my country. I never did that. My people never left our country. We stayed here and fought for everything we had to get through: slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, all of that. We didn't have the luxury to be like, you know what? Let me go to fucking Saudi Arabia and just live my life thanks to the Saudi Arabians who made it possible. Like, no, we stood here and fought. So the fact that we have to get the disrespect, not even from not only from the white people, from the Asian people, now from the people that we thought was part of the African diaspora.
You supposed to click up.
Looking at us like, no, them niggas, you heard what they said on this shit. Stay away from them Black. These are African people telling African people to stay away from Black Americans. How you don't feel like?
But you also have to look at the statistics.
Yo, Breeze is funny. He said, we are American USA freedmen. He said they are continental freemen. That's funny.
What is it showing? Like, if I was to be with an American man, just any typical man, 9 out of 10, I'm probably going to be a baby mama. So that's what they're seeing. So,
Okay, is she crazy? You know, Jamaica got the highest paternity fraud, but you'll say, but she's African. Well, Africa's number 2. I'll say it again. You know, Jamaica got the largest paternity fraud in the world. Oh, but she's not Jamaican. She's African. Well, Africa is number 2. Africa is number 2. And she said that she'll be a baby mother. Like I said, family, keep what I said, hyper selectivity. They are sending their best over here, right? Not the average layman, laywoman. So they're best going to have the sense to have a family, get married, work, you know, they already educated and they come with a skill. But the average one of them, okay, so the ones who come over here don't reflect the average one of them. The average one of them don't even know who their father is, never did. Okay, matter of fact, they're calling the wrong man father. So they got a lot of nerve, man. This is insane.
if I marry an African man,
that's like me going to fucking Africa. 9 times out of 10, the poverty and all the fucking the corrupt politicians. It's the same shit.
It's not 100%.
The reason why, let me say something though. The reason why Africans have this negative connotation on African Americans is because of the stereotypes, what they're seeing on TV. It doesn't make it
It comes all the way back to TV. So they already have a view of us, a perspective of us, a projection of us before they even get here. So when you get here and you enroll your little tethered child into school, your child is going to behave the way you taught them, right? They're going to look at us a certain way, and as a result, we're going to clown them. We're going to call them names and get on them because they're behaving weirdly. They are almost the same shade color of us, but they're distancing themselves away from us like a white supremacist child would. So we're going to respond the way we respond. We're going to call you names, and we're going to clown you and joke on you and may smack your damn kufi off.
Facts. Nothing is factual. We're not.
Give last piece.
They what they know is what they see. You can't really fault them. They're not here. You know what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying, right? We see negative stereotypes about Africans too, but we don't disrespect y'all.
Y'all do. You don't disrespect us, really.
I mean, in the
example.
Really?
Oh, y'all from Africa, y'all eat monkeys.
The flies.
Nobody says
no, but they do eat monkeys. See, okay. So here is the problem. Matter of fact, let me just type it up. Let me type it up. I'm not even gonna say it. You do eat monkeys. Like they act like telling their truth is lying. I'm typing with one hand. Forgive me. I'm holding the microphone in the other hand. Look, I'm gonna type it in. Okay, so the African origin of AIDS is linked to a virus from chimpanzees in Central Africa that was transmitted to humans, likely through contact with infected blood during hunting. Hunting, you're eating chimpanzees, with most common from HIV1, originating from chimpanzees, SIV, simian immune deficiency virus in southeastern Cameroon around the earliest 20th century. This virus then spread through the Congo Basin and eventually into the wider world, with the city of Kinshasa in the Democratic Republic of Congo emerging as a central point for its diversification and onward spread. Okay, yeah, put it down, I'll fix it. So we can literally say you are responsible for the most dangerous disease mankind has ever known. Okay, you're the reason why the world is suffering from this disease, this virus. We can make that argument. All right, hold on. Okay, let's get to this. The virus likely jumped from the chimpanzees to humans when people hunted these animals for meat. Okay, listen. Okay, chimpanzee, meat. Okay, let me do this for y'all. This for the ones who ain't quick, who ain't that witty. Okay, chimpanzees, meat. You literally ate monkeys. Nobody's lying. Okay, nobody's lying, and we can really say you're responsible for the most dangerous virus known to humankind. Okay, so when we say something, we're not joking, we're not being mean, we're not being disrespectful. Stop doing that. We are being honest. We're giving you your reality, and you're mad, and you see it as we're shaming you. No, we're giving you the mirror. We're giving you the mirror so you can look at yourself.
In the
example.
Really? Oh, y'all disrespect us. Really?
I mean,
really?
in the
example.
Really? Oh, y'all from Africa, y'all eat monkeys?
Yeah, from Africa. She said we're disrespect them because they're from Africa, which is true, and they eat monkeys, which is true. We just read it. That's why I say I'm a YouTube investigative self-proclaimed journalist. I like to debate, argue, and give information, correct information. I just proved that you are from Africa, and you guys do eat monkeys. So we're not disrespecting. That's your truth. Okay, I just showed you the mirror. That's all.
Nobody says that.
No.
Y'all do.
Y'all eat monkeys?
Yeah.
I've never heard that.
Y'all walk around.
Okay, but we just read it though. You never heard it, but we just read it.
First of all, y'all have to stop with this. When I was in high school, I called an African booty scratcher. Everybody got called an African. We talking about grown ass adults calling niggas akatas. Calling niggas akatas. Like,
but that's our language. It's nothing offensive. It's just I'm a akata. So for example, let's back it up.
Okay, so now akata don't mean. Oh, so akata is a nice endearing term. Okay.
Ghanaian and American, so I see both sides. So it's like akata is nothing negative. Akata is an American, but that's our language. I'm an akata. But at the end of the day, I represent Ghana more because I know my culture from Ghana. For an example, my mom, she's American. I don't know what part of Africa she was from. My dad, he's Ghanaian.
She's American, like.
But at the end of the day,
I don't know. They're American. But you wouldn't say that to a Jamaican.
But they're African American though.
Would you say a Jamaican don't know what part of Africa he's from?
Jamaicans are Caribbean, so they already have their own like.
Would you say he don't know?
Look how they defend each other. That's why a lot of us throw them both in the boat. We throw the Caribbeans and the Africans in the same boat. Like, you know what? Both of y'all stay away from us. Thank you, Lorraine Morrow, for she in that super chat with $10. Lineage love. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Yeah. So. Look, there's a union that they should focus on. Leave us out of it. It looks like the Caribbean and the Africans, it looks like they can do something with each other. It looks like that's more plausible. That's more possible. A union with just them. Go do that then. You don't need us. Go. You guys claim the Caribbean is so African. They call themselves Ghanaian princesses, all this type of stuff. Then go form something with them. Let us see. I don't believe y'all. Prove us wrong. Go unite with Africans. Africans go unite with the Caribbean. Let's see what you can do together. It's a nothing burger. You know it. You know it.
What part of Africa you
But
from?
he know where he comes from. He comes from Jamaica.
Just like a black person know they come
But
from.
I guess maybe.
She said he knows where he comes from. He comes from Jamaica. You hear this fool? And family, this is worse than hate. This is worse than envy. I don't know what to call this type of hate, but it's disgusting.
Okay, but I guess maybe they can. But I guess maybe.
Wait, one second.
I guess it's
1 second.
easier to pinpoint.
A Jamaica is from Jamaica, right?
Yes.
An American is from where?
An African American is from Africa and America, but they don't know what part.
And this is why that term is confusing.
Yo, crazy woman, man. Delusional, cake soap had bleached her brain. Something going on.
Which I hear people just say Black Americans now because we try to do the right thing and at least acknowledge our ancestry. Unlike you don't see a Haitian saying I'm African Haitian or a Jamaican saying I'm African. We try to do the right thing and acknowledge our ancestry. And now it's being used. Well, what part? Like just for that, we just Black Americans now. Like fuck all that African American shit, bro. We Black Americans now, bro. Because if y'all don't question the Caribbeans, then y'all shouldn't question the Americans.
Caribbeans know where they come from. African Americans don't know.
They do not.
Yo, she said it again, yo. She's trying to make this a truth.
But you have to understand, like, there's a lot, like Jamaicans, most of them they come from Ghana. Mm-hmm. So
I told you it's the Ghanaian princess thing. Go ahead.
They can easily pinpoint where they're from in Africa.
But they don't get
a Jamaican is not going to say I'm from Ghana. He's going to say he's from Jamaica, bro.
Y'all trying to bail them. So what does a Haitian say?
I don't know.
What does somebody from Antigua say?
I don't know. But
they from their country.
Listen, I'm just trying to give you maybe a reason as to why. I'm not saying what they're doing or saying is correct. I'm just trying to give you guys maybe another way to look.
And these same people would say, listen, family, these same people will say we all have one common enemy. And they'll do a wink, wink to white man. It's like one common enemy? Nah, we don't have you and I don't have a common enemy. Matter of fact, we don't have many commonalities at all. You know, so you could step right over there with the other enemies. You dig? You step to the left with the other enemies. We ain't got really no commonalities together at all. Take yourself over there with the other enemies.
Look at it.
No,
because
it's wrong. We're not going to look at it a different way. It's just wrong. They need to stop.
It's easier for them to see, okay.
I get what you're saying.
You get what I'm
you
saying.
looking at it from the perspective of you from Africa and you get why they saying they from Jamaica or whatever. But it's still wrong at the end of the day because we have our own country. Huh?
Spiritual Vibrations made it to the building. She said, I think it's a she. It might be he. I'm sorry. But Spiritual Vibrations said, when confronted with the truth, new information, they hold on to their false ideologies instead of correcting their mindset. Yeah, but that's a problem, though. You did, because we could say a burglar has that problem, but we don't get along with the burglar, right? We separate from the burglar. We delineate from the burglar. You know, if a racist person have that mindset, do we kumbaya with the racist person? Do we get away from that racist person? Okay. Yeah. So when you have that mindset, the goal is not to embrace them. The goal is to get away from that person until they could fix themselves and get right or get help.
It's not the truth. America is a country.
Yes.
It has culture there. So if I say I'm American from America.
Right.
That's my culture.
I think it's more so pinpointing the Africa and African roots as far as they're saying y'all don't have culture, y'all don't know the history and the background of Africa, where y'all
Yeah,
come
and
from.
we don't care
So,
to know
like, for
that.
example, you wouldn't saying a Chinese person like, "Oh, I'm not Chinese. I don't know." You know what I'm saying? Like, you would say.
I gave that example too about the Hispanic. They don't get questioned by other Hispanics whether they didn't know one bit of Spanish.
I mean, honestly, Black people, African Americans, we should just come together and just be as one.
But that's what we trying to do. But if you keep saying like, yo, y'all not
You know
from
what upsets me the most? Well, you know what do y'all feel like y'all should do in order to know where you guys come from? Are you guys doing the DNA test?
We're telling you. No, we're telling you
She's
we're
still
from America.
You are still enforcing us to have to prove to you that we're Black enough or we're African enough. We don't feel like we need to do that.
So they're just that's disrespectful.
How is that disrespectful?
Because you don't even want to try.
What? I gotta pay for you to love me? Get the fuck out of here.
Our lineage is in America.
Yeah, you see how they really feel? They feel it's disrespectful for us not to connect ourselves to Africa. Okay, spiritual vibrations. Are you listening to this? Because you were kind of defending this in the comments. Okay, but spiritual vibrations. I'm gonna give the phone number right here to you, and if you want, you can come on and let's talk about what we're hearing. That's the phone number, spiritual vibrations. And if you prefer the Zoom link, then here is the Zoom link for spiritual vibrations. There you go.
What the fuck?
That's just the bottom line. So they don't want to go back to see how will we solve it? How will we solve this issue? Because I feel like it's not.
We already solved it. We delineated it. Okay, it's real simple. We just stepped away. We stepped away in the name of love.
Don't have to say like y'all don't know what y'all talking about. We can say you don't know a lot about Africa. So what would you do in order
Stop spitting the narrative of all these other people that's disrespecting Black Americans. Speak to us like how you want to be spoken to, and we'll do the same.
But what if that's not disrespectful to them? They just feel like you just don't
give me the
know.
fuck out of here, man. Send me a mothership. Give me the fuck out of here.
And they will love that because you're taking the time to go to Africa and to learn about it.
Y'all not even taking the time to talk to us without criticizing us.
They're not even taking the time to love Africa. They over here loving America.
We're weak, we're lazy, we don't fuck with them.
The fact that you didn't want to do the DNA test, the fact that you didn't want to do this is showing how ignorant you are. That's what we
I'm
see
ignorant because of that?
No, that's
you sound ignorant. Get the fuck out of here.
That's what we're saying.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yo, bro, what part of Africa are you from? What are you? Okay then.
So he's.
But they would never question that, and that's what we find disrespectful.
Okay, so he was Jamaica, but then he was Jamaican, I believe, but didn't know what part of Africa he was from.
Respectful. You wouldn't look at him.
Mm. Mm.
Are you Jamaican?
Yeah. Yeah.
Never ever say like, yo, go find a white lady. My mother would never ever say, go find a white lady.
Mm.
Would your parents expect you to look for your African roots to know where you're from?
No.
Okay.
But he would probably want him to marry a Jamaican.
These women are clearly just hateful towards FBAs only and exclusively. But I told you the religion. I told you their religion. The Pan-Africanist religion. The Pan-Africanist religion is to really unite Africa and the Caribbean, while they demonize FBAs and they either link up with the white man or they just afraid of them. But we are their ops. Okay, they want to link up with everybody but us. And it's okay, because we're not asking to link up with them at all anyway right now.
Everything from Africa.
Mm-hmm.
It's your name like that.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Donnie said, step in the name of love. Yeah, we stepping away in the name of love.
No matter which part of we're Black or whatever, we're African.
Mm-hmm.
They're pro on that.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
As he said, Jim Crow and everything, parents came here, they understand that. Just because we wasn't born here.
We can't really hear them.
Just because we're from this country or from that, we're still African. But when you got to constantly being like, well, you know, you're not really Africa because you can't identify. You ain't do the DNA testing to know which part or which tribe you came from. Like, yo, our experiences is unique in America, just like it's different in Jamaica. Like, you know what I mean? Like the Brits is different. It's different like lineages, but they're all African. Like at the end of the day, like, and we acknowledge that. Black Americans have acknowledged that. It's not like we haven't acknowledged our roots. We call ourselves African Americans. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Some people say that they're like the African Americans are saying that I'm not African.
Yeah, a lot of Africans, they don't
I'm
want to be
American.
considered African Americans. I think they
I didn't get on no boat.
But those could be the people that you would call ignorant.
Yo, Tiger Crane, Shakir said, how dare this happy bee is to sit up on an FBA podcast on FBA Soul promulgating Africa when more likely her black ASSs had never been to Africa. And if she has, she's definitely not going back. Not to stay, not to live.
Most of
That's,
them,
and so that's what Africans are seeing as those people who are like.
But that's not. They're saying black people.
Because there are a lot of black people who are saying, no, I'm not African.
Yeah, a lot of most. If you
But that-
call your
but that
10
could also-
homeboys,
that could-
you
that could-
African? Hell no, I ain't African.
But that could also be in response to the disrespect that we get from African people, though.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean,
But
it works
I think-
both ways. Everybody.
I think, but at the end of the
everybody,
right, I
That's
think at the end of the day, it comes down to respect. Like you don't have to be like, oh, what part are you from? You just know that that's my brother because he's black. You know what I'm saying? If we take out the countries or whatever, everybody the same color, and the white people here gonna treat us all the same. They don't pull you over and be like, oh, you African?
Exactly. So
All
that's
right.
why
I'm gonna leave you alone.
Can I tell you why? Can I tell you why it hurts though? Only because we are not going to Africa speaking that rhetoric towards you guys. You guys are flying over here speaking that rhetoric about us. You get
It's
it?
like us going over there like, damn, like y'all got all these resources.
but
Why y'all ain't doing nothing with these resources? Y'all letting the Chinese come in and dictate everything. Why y'all ain't?
We ain't keep doing that, are we?
Exactly.
If I was over here, I would have been did all. We got all the natural resources. I would have been did. Africa would have been fucking Wakanda by now. Like that's like us saying that same rhetoric. Like,
but
you know
it's
what I mean?
true though. I agree.
But we're not gonna go over there and disrespect y'all like that.
What is not true?
No.
He's from Jamaica, right? Who own all the roads, the bridges, and the tolls? Who own? You know who own those? They don't own shit. My father lives in Jamaica. Can't even come to America.
But
they don't own shit over there
that's the
either.
same
But I'm
thing
saying
here
they're
in
not being
America.
questioned.
We're not owning a lot of. First of all, it's just I just feel like I said before.
But this is not a predominantly black country. Africa is a black country and don't own shit. That doesn't make sense.
When we go over, when we come over to America,
Black continent, my fault.
yeah, when we come over to America, you guys still disrespect us. It's the same. So I just feel like each parties are disrespecting each other. We just have to come together.
I
as
agree.
one.
You know, I'll give you a great example, and then we're gonna move on, right?
Yeah.
That's like South Africa, right? That's like the whites going to South Africa. Now, when we look at the discrepancies of the wealthy white people compared to the black people, that's like a white European going over to South Africa who made it in South Africa, who's wealthier than the majority of the people that live in South Africa, and be like, damn, these Africans, these black Africans or colors or whatever the fuck y'all want to identify, they lazy as fuck because I as a white.
Yeah, that was a great analogy, and I would love to see her response to that if she's gonna respond at all. I will predict she's not gonna respond to that.
Person came over here to this continent or this country and I was able to make it, so y'all lazy as fuck. Like that's the type of rhetoric that.
But that's what's happening though.
But are y'all lazy?
Or
because y'all come here and say y'all not lazy.
I told you, I said I don't believe she's gonna address that. She didn't.
But the white nigga.
But if a white person go to Africa, he gonna consider y'all lazy because he got further than the people there.
He didn't get. He already had more money and more opportunity.
resources,
Yeah,
okay, right.
But that's the same shit for us here.
Mm-hmm.
So
you're saying so you're saying we had so who had more money, more resources when it comes to here?
They say Africans, but I don't.
No, not African.
That's what I was,
I'm saying.
Yeah.
You guys come here on the same notion of the people
you're
that
saying
have
the
money.
white people here have
yes.
more resources and have more money compared to.
We built America and get paid $1.
Yeah, we in the negatives at this point.
Yeah, that's a fact.
And I feel like that's what makes it harder.
The thing is, y'all want us to work for less, and then when we know our worth, then y'all saying, oh, they don't want to work. No, we know our worth. Like we've been working for less. You get what I'm saying? Like we tired of working for less. We want our due diligence. We want what's owed to us, and it doesn't mean they're lazy. It just means they want what's due to them. Like you know what I mean?
I'm gonna be real with you. I just feel like it's gonna take time. If it hasn't been done already for the whole of all African Americans to become successful in 400 years, it's just gonna take more time for the African Americans to just get on that level.
But what country do you know where everybody's successful? Like
no, I'm just saying as far as like the derogatory, actions and comments about African Americans.
That's what I'm saying. Black Americans are the most successful out of every black nation on this earth. Like financially, educationally. Like if you
Yeah,
compare
they are definitely in la la land, yo.
Black Americans to any other nation and on the earth, we have the most capital, we have the most spending power, we have the most educated people. Like, you know what I'm saying? So this whole nation, and I get Africa. You could say Africa, but y'all divide yourselves by countries. So if you want to compare Nigerians to Black Americans, it's kind of unfair, like because two different countries, bigger population. Maybe in Nigeria, probably bigger population. But if you look at that population compared to Black Americans, better. We got higher spending power. We got more money, more education. Like, you know what I'm saying? So like this, I just can't get over this nation.
We got to
that
let
Black
more influence,
based off
more
what they see.
innovations,
They've
more
never been here.
interventions.
So if they see in China all the Chinese people are poor and homeless, when we get over there and we finally see like
They got the
some
money,
people
huh?
doing stuff. Some
Hey, yo, the average Chinese person is broke as hell. Okay, we're more wealthier. Our whole is more wealthier than almost everybody, almost every country whole. Don't let that go. Don't you leave that alone. Don't touch that. Yeah, our whole is pretty much more wealthy than the average whole of most countries, and definitely all of Africa and all of the Caribbean for sure, and Haiti. So any African country or island, like we're running laps around them. Don't put it over there. Get away from there. Yeah. So to even compare us to one of them is like ridiculous, unfathomable. It's like just dumb.
doing over here, but it's only a few of them who not doing nothing. So it's just they just never been here. So when they see and they ask their homeboy like, "Oh, okay, did you marry that girl?" No, I ain't gonna marry. You know what I'm saying? So
That's a fact. Spiritual vibrations. But I thought you wanted to talk about Africa today. I thought you wanted to hop on the panel and talk about, you know, Africa, Africans, and whether or not people are being rude to Africa and Africans, because you're looking at two African women, and I believe you agree with me. They're being very rude to foundational Black Americans.
that's when it's like, oh, okay. So now the statistics. Okay, you a baby mama, you this, you having 10 kids.
Now, I would have asked them some things like, "Hey, do you have a problem with the term foundational Black American?" Then I would ask them, "Do you believe we founded this country? Do you believe we built the country or helped build it, like 50-50 type?" You know what I mean? Because I would have did a better job of squeezing out the hate of them towards us. That's what I'd have done.
A wedlock, like baby mama here, baby, like that's where it's just they're seeing the results by looking from what's around them. Like
There's more Black fathers at home than any other group.
And that's the thing. Like she's saying that now she's saying, hey, the way they look at us negatively is justified by what the propaganda shows. But then if we look at the bones in their noses and them getting cows pissing in their head, then we look at the propaganda that's shown on them. Like, it's not even comparable. If you want to compare propaganda at how we're being portrayed and they're being portrayed, like, come on now. Like, we're being but portrayed as maybe degenerates and criminals, but damn, y'all being portrayed as not even humans. You dig? Y'all being portrayed as like primitives. You dig? Primates, not even human beings. Like even the propaganda, like representation on us, the negative propaganda portrayals on us both is not even or equal. Like you guys are damn near gorillas, like literally gorillas, according to white supremacy media. Like, come on, like y'all barely humans according to white supremacy media propaganda.
Is there? I never heard about that.
I'm saying, but y'all look up all the negative.
Exactly. Virgo Moonchild said something that I tackled before. Virgin Moonchild said, and baby mama culture started in Jamaica. Right. So I made that point yesterday. I said, while we were experiencing 70% marriages in the 60s, Jamaica was experiencing baby mamas. While we were enjoying nuclear households at a 70% rate, Jamaica was experiencing baby mamas. When we knew no such term, no such thing as a baby mama, single parent home, Jamaica was already experiencing it in the 60s. It's a good point there. Where you at? Where your name go? Good point there. Damn, did I lose you? Oh, here you go. So I'm gonna give Virgo Moonchild, you're gonna be a mod. I'm gonna give you a lineage wrench. Just like the video, subscribe and tune in when we live. Who else is there? We got Ronnie Itaquab. They said, yep, closer to primate on a evolutionary scale, yeah, meaning they peaked biologically. Okay, I'm not sure. Yeah, you were responding to somebody. You were responding to somebody, Ronnie. So I don't really know.
Even about the negatives. It's
I'll wait
about
for your next
I live in
comment.
America, so I know what I see. I'm not
That
blind
is
to
true.
what I see.
Okay, so that's the excuse now. So the excuse now, they're living in America. So now you're looking at the whole. So you're looking at the best of us, you're looking at the middle of us, and you're looking at the worst of us. So how do you conclude or only want to pay attention to the worst of us? But again, let's go look in your window, in your homeland. Let's look at the best of you, let's look at the worst of you, and let's look at the middle. We're looking at floating slums, my girl. You guys live on a goddamn dead water, dead sea water. Okay, a floating slum. There's nothing in life worse than living on a floating slum, and that's in Africa. That's in Nigeria. You live on a floating slum. I got to show a picture of this so you guys can grasp what I'm trying to convey to you. What's it? What's the name of it? Macaco. Macaco. I think it's macaque. Macaco. There we go. Macaco. Damn, I got a good memory. Macaco floating slum. There we go. Okay. Okay. This is macaco family. And you can't really see it. Okay, that's macaco. So I'm not joking. I'm not, throwing a shot. This is a float. This is what they live on, and the water is dead. Meaning that like there's no living fish or anything living in the water. And guess what? They bathe in it, they drink from it, they cook in it, and yes, they use the bathroom in it. And this is Nigeria. So when y'all talk trash, like y'all really better relax, man. Like, yeah, y'all got no room to throw rocks. Y'all got no, look at this. It's a floating slump. Like, please, man. Like, y'all gotta stop, man. Y'all know who I am. I will take time my day to research your homeland. You dig? Look at this. Floating slum. Look at this. The whole area is water and is poop water. Look at this. See? Yeah, this is poop water you're looking at, family. They drink, bathe, cook in it, and they use the bathroom in it. I'm gonna do one more image. So you gotta stop, man. You gotta stop. Mm. Damn, all this what is this in front of me, man? Move. Got these dumb images in front of me that I can't click off. And what I was gonna click on was a good image too. Floating slum.
Daddy, I took it to Jen.
Look at this. And they got nerve to look at us. Look at this. Like, come on, man. Like, y'all really don't want to do that. And you know we're the most funniest people too. You don't want to do that. Come on. Come on, y'all don't want to do that. Do they really want to throw rocks? Do they really want to have a roasting contest? Okay. Now, where's the hard work at that floating slum? Like, come on, I didn't want to do that, but stop. Okay. You're not gonna make me go in my bag. Okay, stop.
in front of my face. And it's not to put anybody down, because I really hate this conversation because it's so divisive. Even though it's a great one to have because it's helpful to
It got to be had, though.
we're able to like listen to each other's frustrations and perspectives. It's great, but at the same time it can be very divisive. But
Just
to
begging a white
answer
man
or
to take
to
over their
kind
government.
of
Markel,
say
Joyce, peace.
piggyback what you're saying, like I said, I feel like what I see, I don't see a lot of black men in the homes.
But
So
she just talked about numbers. So I mean, you did research on baby mothers, right? So why are you researching that and not black fathers?
The research is all of us are speaking based on, quote unquote, based off what.
Yeah, these are some of the dumbest, not just African women. These are just some of the dumbest women I ever listened to in my life, man. They're like equivalent to like European or white American women bimbos.
Around us, our surroundings.
Yeah.
You said
all
the
my
numbers,
aunties,
You said the numbers.
Yeah, I'm so glad that they chose these two bimbos to represent African women. This was a bad look, Africa. Y'all gotta do better. Cake soap all over them.
As far as what?
That's what you said. You said the numbers show that America has more baby mothers. That's
No,
what
I
you
didn't
said.
say numbers, but like for example, I don't have if you would compare the white family compared to our family, because he said some numbers and statistics.
Okay, don't say our family. Don't say our family because we're different, remember? Okay, so Shadow says that was horrible. Yeah, bro. That's their reality. And they got nerve to flee from that, come over here and look at our hole and say, look, there's a crackhead digging in the trash can. You dig? Our homeless are homeless usually because of drugs or mental illness. The average FBA is homeless because of mental illness or drugs. So they'll point at a crack and act like that crackhead represents FBA culture and FBA lineage. Well, we'll just point at a whole village on water, and they ain't on crack, and they ain't got a mental illness, but they bathe in the same water, they poop in the same water, they eat and wash up in cooking.
It's like with my community, my aunties, there's no father in the home. All my aunties, all my cousins, there's no fathers in the home.
And your American side, your American
on the
side?
American side.
Well, technically, if
my
we talk about
dad's side.
numbers, there are more single white mothers than there are single black mothers.
See, they're feeding into their rhetoric. No, compare them Africans, nuclear families to FBAs, and we're going to win hands down. You fell for them trying to compare. They're going to make the argument, take themselves out the equation, and try to insert white people there. That's what they do a lot. Don't let them do that. No. You take white people back out, and you place them back in the equation. Say no. Let's compare us and you. Since you want to go tit for tat.
There's more white women on welfare. So Brian Henderson said they'll literally, they got doo-doo all over the place. Yeah, what the F? Yeah. Trying to tell you, man. And I didn't want to do that. And I don't do that. Like I did with the HIV, where they ate chimpanzee brains and ended up contracting SIV that turned to HIV, and now the entire world is affected by HIV. That's Africa. That ain't Europe. That ain't Chinese wet market. That's Africa bushmeat market. Anyway, let me give Brian Henderson moderation. He's a moderator. Let me give him a lineage wrench. Who else is there? Shadow says calling us xenophobic is a shot to avoid accountability. Yep. Let me make Shadow a moderator. Let me give Shadow a lineage wrench. Hey, everybody that has a lineage wrench, make sure you like the video first and foremost, and secondly, subscribe, because we have these. I'm gonna do a part 2. I got other tabs at the top. I didn't know this one would take so damn long.
Yes. But guess what? Are they showing that on TV? Like most white people, our baby mamas. Well, they're not showing that on TV.
That don't mean it don't exist, though.
That is true.
So
we know
so
that.
you get all your information from TV?
I'm just saying that if someone who's never been here,
and that can go to that. Yeah,
but
Googling.
But I mean, the internet accessible.
Yeah, they never really agreed that FBAs do anything correct. All of their basically talking points been we're just so messed up.
To everybody though, like
yeah.
I mean, so if you're curious about something, look it up.
That's what they're doing. They're seeing like the
No.
trials and
Looking,
tribulations.
I'm not talking
like,
about looking
dang.
on TV. I'm talking about researching.
Yeah, right. Since everything is look, and then they blame the TV how they feel about us. Sincerely Yours says that that's why flies swarm around them. They'll smell like poop. Yeah, why flies are there. Let me make you a moderator, give you a lineage wrench, and you too, Sincerely Yours, like the video, subscribe, and check in with us daily in the mornings, and sometimes we go 8 in the evening, sometimes, but mornings for sure.
I'm just saying, yeah, researching. They're getting the statistics. They're knowing, like, okay, that's crazy. They can literally pull up facts and be like,
Oh,
this is
yeah,
it.
thank you, FBA Convo. I forgot about their drug epidemic in Nigeria. They on that K2 over there. They have a K2 epidemic. Now, this is a floating slum environment. They already ain't doing shit. Nothing to aspire to. They got the nerve to get hooked on K2. They got a K, and not just K2 family. They got a syrup problem too. They're sipping syrup in these poor third world countries. They got a K2 problem and a syrup problem. They're drinking syrup, lean. And they pointing fingers at us. What the fuck?
It. So
I would say that it's
BSA
facts
one.
to prove wrong answers all over. I understand.
So then now we really don't.
So we got D.E. Wells in the building. Stop giving these people attention. Well, we got to, because they keep misrepresenting us. They keep, spreading lies about us. We have to address it. Okay, we're not letting nothing slide. Okay, think about this, D Wells. Can you get away with saying something remotely close to hate speech towards the LGBTQIA plus community? Anything close? If it smells like hate, what happens to you? What about animals? What is PETA going to do? What about the ADL? Can you say anything that just smells like it's anti-Semitic? What is the ADL going to do? What about the feminist movement? You say anything? Okay, so we're the same way. We're just as trigger happy as every other organization or group to protect our name and legacy. Anything smells like hate, it don't have to be hate, it could smell like it. We're on it, and I'm leading the way. Okay, I'm leading the way. We ain't gonna let nobody. We got our never again moment. You dig? Never again. Anything smells like FBA hatred, white supremacy, systemic racism. I'm on it. You dig? I'm on it. Y'all gotta tell y'all, but unbiased Hill, unbiased Ron, Hill. I'm on it. Like that police dog that jumped out the damn door and bit somebody. That police dog want to bite somebody so bad, but there was no criminals. So as soon as you open that door for any reason, that dog hopped out and bit somebody. Like I gotta bite somebody. That's me. I gotta bite somebody. So pause. But yeah, now we gotta give them attention, because they're giving us attention in a bad way. They're defaming us. Nobody, like, we are great. We are like celebrities internationally. Everybody know who we are, Foundation Black Americans, because we did so much for the world, so much influence, influence, period. So we're celebrities. Celebrities don't let people defame them. You see, once you defame a celebrity or somebody that holds himself with high esteem, they're going to hold you accountable with a defamation suit. Just ask Tasha K. Okay? You're going to get a cease and desist letter immediately. We've been gave them that, and they're still doing it. So now we're addressing them head on. All right? We're not going to let them defame us. We're like celebrities. That ain't going to happen.
I don't know what is the truth, but it's in their own circle and community. That's what they're seeing. Like, that's just from my experience on my marriage side. My dad's side, who lives Ghanaian,
Yeah.
everybody is getting married. Like, that's in their culture. You get married before you have baby. You get married before,
So we got some lineage love in the super chat. Oh, we got more. Okay, we got some lineage love in super chat. We got it from Shabazz. Let me read that name. Shabazz. Oh, can I read the name? Ain't gonna let me read it. Shabazz. I see. Let me see. Oh. Let me see. How the hell do I see the whole name? There we go. We got Shabazz American Freedman. Sending some lineage love in the super chat. 1999. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the channel, supporting the lineage. You dig? And we got Tamat, the Syrian, in there with some lineage love. 4.99 super chat. Appreciate it, man. And again, that I'm inspired just by the love of the lineage, but any financial support definitely put more to that. It lights it up because life in America ain't free. You dig? So when people send $5, $2, that's helping out. Believe it or not, I'm making use of that money. You dig? Whether it's coffee, whether it's like right now, I got to go get paper plates and spoons and forks that I keep forgetting to get. So I'll be at Walmart. I'll be at Walmart. I never like Target anyway. When people boycott Target, it's like, yo, to me, Target is a natural boycott. It's like nothing. I only go in there on some desperate stuff. Like, damn, I need this. And you just look around and Target's there. But I've always been a Walmart person. Walmart just always had what I wanted. Yeah, but again, the donations, the love, the financial love is definitely being appreciated and is being used in the right way. Matter of fact, I'm gonna use it to buy some yard signs for advertising. I'm gonna be teaching chess to kids again, and I'm still waiting for you guys. So we got a few people who's interested in free chess lessons via Unbiased Ron. So I just want before I start, just want to make sure everybody is good. And they say, nah, I'll pass. But the email is blackthinktank@yahoo.com. Everything spelled correctly, but only be interested if you got time. Maybe 1 hour every week, you dig, or maybe twice a week, 1 hour. That's it. It could be less. It could be 45 minutes. It's up to y'all. Whatever y'all tired. But 1 hour is the most. That's the max. But anyway, with the financial support, I'm definitely going to order some yard signs to put around the schools, the affluent schools, to get some students to join and take advantage of my paid chess classes. But for the lineage, it's going to be free. blackthinktank@yahoo.com to inquire for free chess lessons, 1 hour classes, and also anything else you got. See, Pinky sends me links to research and check out. Maybe I could use it for content, and so you could do that too. People also hit me up just to talk, just to give me their story, their life, and I read it all. And yeah, so the email is to keep in touch in any way you want to use it, respectfully.
So you have a ceremony, like everything is like traditional. So that's why they say they don't have culture, because it's y'all parents are not forcing Black American men to get. That's one example.
I could agree.
They're not forcing y'all.
Okay. Now there's more context to that. And by the way, family, I got a lot of research on the origins of single homes and why they're that way today. I just got to put it together. It's a lot of research. I got to put it together, but the video and the live is coming. We're gonna nip that in the bud. This whole single parent home blame game that a lot of Black conservatives use, a lot of white conservatives use. That's their go-to when they try to shame us. And now you see Tethers using those talking points. So yeah, I'm gonna do a whole video and a live video addressing FBA single parent homes, the root of it, and why it is the way it is today, and how to respond to it. Okay. But yeah. So stay tuned to that. Stay tuned for that.
I'll do that. We're getting married at a younger age, and in a faster.
But if we're only basing around our circle, I could say that I don't know not one deadbeat man, and I know plenty of men.
You're a pass. What about you?
We in the same circle.
Yeah, your circle, but you can't compare a circle to.
But that's what y'all just did.
Yeah, these are just like the biggest bimbos ever. Yeah.
From my experience,
there's no way.
My experience meaning like what I see every day, living my life. I've been here for how many years on this earth? I don't see a good example of Black men in the home.
But we could say the opposite.
Wow.
Though. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
and that's all. That's all we can speak for is what we know.
Because of your personal experiences, like because of your
But you can't base a whole group of people on your experience.
Really can't. But I'm saying my experience, meaning like not even just my experience, based on statistics, based on what you see on the news, based on people that you know. Like it's just a common. It's common knowledge.
I could tell you like the news is blasphemy because a Black man could do something wrong and go to jail. They'll paint him as a victim. A white kid could shoot up a school and he'll walk out in handcuffs.
Of course now.
But I'm saying we all, African Americans and Africans, could see that they're the ones on the pedestal. But why are we even going in a debate where we have to challenge each other?
The same way black people are always fighting against black people in general, whether it's black on black crime or
What
black.
are you? Okay, here we go with the black on black. Okay, so she just all the way sold out. You did, like, she's ready. FBI, CIA, come get me. I'm ready to be an informant. I'm ready to be, secret agent to sabotage, Foundation Black America. Yeah, she's ready. The FBI, CIA, anybody, white supremacists watching her like, yeah, we got one. There she is.
So it's a little some of that. I ain't gonna hold you.
It's like,
I wouldn't be surprised if she was a black conservative, or if she is one. A lot of her talking points, a lot of her hatred gives me she's a black conservative vibe. I want to find out who she is. Maybe you could look her up. What if my hunch is correct? Did they ever say her name? Did they add her contact information? I don't know if they did in the beginning, but I really believe that I'm getting that she's a black conservative. I wonder if they left any social media contact information. I wonder.
a lot of it still is not changing whether it's back.
But you know what you can also look up? That white people enslave black people. They
You said
constantly.
they didn't.
Huh?
What you saying?
That white people enslave black people.
Mhm.
They shoot up schools. I mean, but your parents are still telling you that to go marry a white man instead of a black man.
I didn't hear that
Great
part.
point.
Like because that goes
That's
into
crickets, man. That's
that goes into
crickets.
the Bible thing. That's why the white Jesus and all that.
I didn't hear that
That's a
part.
whole nother.
So you can't.
But it's safe on that.
Wow. So they admitted that their parents encouraged them to date white men over black men, as though white men are holy and clean and respectful more than another ethnic group. Interesting. All right. So what did I have? Did I have a short one? That's not short. I thought I had a short one. That's not short. I thought I had a short one. I thought I had a short one. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. So trying to see if I want to play it. I thought I had a short one. Or should I end on that note? But I'm so glad that together we were able, because you had the sister Victoria Spells give me some slack. She was she was believing that the chat was giving Africans a hard time, unfair criticism. But I wonder how she views that now after what she heard from two African women, the envy, the jealousy, and the hate and disrespect for FBAs. I wonder if she feels that way right now. I told you the diaspora war is one-sided. It's not two-sided like people say. It's one-sided. We don't think about them like that. Like, they can't make up excuses to view us a certain way. I mean, they weren't even consistent in their excuses. Is this, is that, is this, is that, and then it's just, I'm a tether and I say so. It got to that. It got so bad it got to, I'm a tether and I say so. Okay. Anyway, yes, I definitely got some heat either later this evening or for sure tomorrow morning. And if I did come on this evening, I still got heat for this evening and tomorrow morning. Because if I come on live this evening, it's usually not long. Probably like an hour or two, the most. Because I like to wake up early. It did. And I was going to start early this morning, about 5, 6 a.m. because I woke up super early. And I really ain't. I went back to sleep at like 7 and woke up at like, kind of behind. Because I was trying to be live at 7:38 a.m. the latest, and I ended up going live at like damn near 9 o'clock. All right. So sincerely yours. Welcome. King of beer, African king of scamming. Yep. Yes, we're gonna leave it there. We ain't gonna do this too long, too late. I've been live since about 9 a.m. So family, what's that, like 4 hours? So family, do our lineage a favor. Like the video, subscribe. And if you have time to pull up, if I go live 8:30 p.m., pull up. If I'm going live in the morning, then just, show that lineage love there. Peace. I'm gonna end it now. 4 hours in. I think that's more than time. Peace, family. We are out. B1, BE, the verb B1, as in be one with one on code. So I say BE1, not B. BE1. Verb B1 on code. And I say we one, the plural pronoun we. We are one with the lineage. B1, we one. Peace. Oh yeah, for sure. YouTube mastery, for sure, man. Lineage love all day long.